Live once again. Welcome everybody. It's been a while since we done one of these Cassie game streams. I figured we got enough recordings to do it this Wednesday. Had to take care of some business yesterday, so I had to push it off by a day. Hopefully you're all doing good. I'm going to share the stream with all the Discord servers and then we can get started right away. Let me refresh this. Alright, there we go. Alright. So how are you doing today? Doing good? Got a lot of Wars Liberty games in, I hope. Yeah, that's the best when you can get one of those in, definitely. You know, we live for Wars Liberty in this community, so the more matches you can get in, the better off you are usually, right? Yeah, definitely. So I'll start at the bottom and work my way up the ladder as usual with the servers. Yeah, with the scrolling that is. So we'll do down here and go up and up and up. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I got a few good games in. Got one in last night and one the night before, so I'm pretty happy about that. I was thinking, what we could do sometime. I could do the live. I could do a live stream of the Age of Empires 3 Legacy campaign, but in the Fire and Reform mod, where it's all in Chinese letters and all the civs were changed around in units and stuff. That could be interesting. Yeah, because as you know, you can't actually access the campaign in Wars Liberty because of how bugged it is with everything. But other mods that didn't care as much decided to leave the campaign intact, like, Fire and Reform did. So it had some very interesting effects on stuff. So I figured that might be something for us to look at together at some point. Somebody's ringing. I'll just keep spreading the link while you wait around. Alright, so I'm still sharing some of the links and then we can get started. I think we already have most of the games we're going to need, but there's some from Cappy, as I said, and Gilder and Nick that we're going to have to pick up as well. So we'll get those too. Where else? The Wars Liberty multiplayer server. Do this one. And this one. The Delian Juanito server. See, in vivo. Did that. Alright, what else? This one. Yep. This one and that one. Yep. That one. And which other ones? And here. Anywhere else? That might be good for now. I could probably put the link in a few other places a bit later too, but I'll just stick with that for right now. Now that I got all the sharing done, because sharing is caring, now I can download the games we're gonna need, and I have to organize some of the older ones too, because somebody decided to name and record game 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead of giving them a unique name. So we have to look at that now, which is gonna be fun. Well, we'll try our best with it. So this one is an easy one to remember. This one, and this one, and this one, this one, and this one. So we're at about 6. Seis. And then we got a 7th one here, siete. And then from there we got about, I believe, like 4 of them from we got 6 of them from last week too, so that come up to like Chilese, yep, 13, just about, yeah. Maybe we'll get some more on the way too, who knows. So I'm gonna start trying to rename these into something something with some context now, so we remember them. So this one I'm gonna call Britbelg or something, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to type that in, Britbelg, because those are the SIDs that are involved, Britbelg, right? And the next one will be, what's this one going to be? Britter, because Brits in Uruguay. Do that one next. Let me see. Britterg or something, I don't know. At least we'll be able to identify it. And then what other ones? We'll go into these ones. These are all against the Tupi, I guess. So we'll call Tupi 1, Tupi 3, Tupi 1, Tupi 2, Tupi 3, Tupi 4. That was kind of a tongue twister. We're thinking of that one. Yeah. Call this one Tupi 1. We'll start with those ones, I think, because they're with wololonick versus Goimistan, so some very skilled players there. Tupi 2. And then we're going to do Tupi 3 and Tupi 4. Yeah. And the next one, here. Tupi 3. Yep. And Tupi 4. Yeah. The only reason we got the order messed up last week was because, everything was record game 1 and 2, and it overlapped with a bunch of other players' stuff, so we sort of got lost in the quagmire of it, if I guess you could call it. So, yeah, that's why that happened. But we should be good now to do everything in order this time. So, yeah, now we got a pretty good set of things, and I'm just going to paste them all in to the save game folder. Had a bit of a bug last week with my Wars Liberty game, where it turned into this little mini window, and I couldn't change the settings at all on it, and I basically made the game inoperable and had to reinstall that directory with the mod and everything, which was a pain. Thankfully I didn't have to reinstall the whole game. Thankfully, I just had to reinstall some of the stuff, which was great. Well, I just had to reinstall the mod because I had to work in Asian Dynasties folder, or work in Fire and Reform, or work in Struggle of Indonesia, and it decided to just stop working with the graphics and start bugging on me, even though I just decided to change the audio settings. Like, how's audio have anything to do with graphics? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I have no idea how that even happened. It's crazy. At least we're working and running now. Looks like Ringo's here. Hi, Gringo Bonito. Room open XD. So, should we take it? Should we take the offer? I think we should. I think we should take the offer. It'd be fun. So, let's do that now. Before we get into any games, why don't we do a match ourselves? Just to have a little fun. This one right here. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, I guess the last time I did a stream, my YouTube live control panel wasn't showing anything, which is a little strange, but now it should be good. Yeah. Things should be up and running.
Are you ready?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Yes.
You want to do it? I'll do it. Absolutely. Let's do Peru again. For Senor Vlingo, yeah. Verde. Figured we'd do it since I haven't even gone into the matches yet. We'll just have a little fun first. Because I don't know how long they're going to be. Obviously, the one in the thumbnail says itself perfectly, but we don't know about the other ones. They could be like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, who knows. You know, we're used to like 18 games or things, so just wanted to make sure our stream has a decent, size and everything. So you have as much fun while being here as possible. Yeah. Food treasure, that's good. Also, thankfully I haven't had any issues with the mouse pad since our incident on Saturday. That's good. I was kind of worried that was going to happen again or whatever. But thankfully that's behaving itself perfectly, which is great. Yep, let's get some more cholos and chulas. Treasures. Search around for treasures. Truly something to treasure. Get this, get that filled there. Also, doing some matches myself will probably warm up my mind a bit for doing some casting for you. Because I'll be a bit more in the game and you're like, oh yeah, I just did that. Oh yeah, I just did that. Oh yeah, I just did that. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so we're probably going to age up with the usual 15-16 Aldino setup, right? Want to see where the Juanita Pluana is, Señorita Verningo. Yeah. Let's find Señorita Verningo, una Juanita Pluana muy bonita. See. Where are you now? Up here, presuming. Somewhere in this. Yep, I found the Aldinos, and there's the TC over there. El Centro Urbano. In terms of deck, usually doing the Hishe deck tends to work well for us, so we'll do that. Get the Vills. There we go.
Escucho. Por el Perú voy. Al ataque. Orden. Por el Perú. Sí, señor.
Mi taita a cazar.
Señor. Voy.
Mi taita, sí, voy. Cazador.
Órdenes. Por el Perú. Voy. Señor. Por el Perú. Voy. Escucho. Por el Perú voy. Por el Perú voy.
Ahorita. Cazador.
Señor. Por el Perú voy. 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 Por el Perú voy.
Patrón, leñador. Rey, leñador.
Mi taita, sí. Cazador.
Mi
Patrón.
taita, sí, leñador.
Escucho. Por el Perú voy. 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 Por el Perú. Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú voy. Señor. Por el Perú. Voy. Órdenes. Por el Perú. Escucho. Voy. Por el Perú.
Patrón. Ahorita. Voy.
Anfederlam. Täckeme aierna.
Toggle.
Mi taita. Voy. Sí. Voy. Napay. Ahorita.
Órdenes. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy.
Napay.
Patrón, sí.
Mi taita. Leñador.
Es por el Perú. Voy.
Napay. Mi taita. Ahorita.
Órdenes. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú.
Sí. Ahorita. Mi taita.
Señor. Sí, señor. Fuego. ¿Mis órdenes? Voy. Claro.
Napay. Voy.
Señor. ¿Mis órdenes? Sí, señor. Claro. Sí, señor. Ahora. Dígame. Ahí. ¿Mis órdenes? Claro.
Mi taita. Ahorita.
Dígame. Sí, señor. Señor. Voy. Claro. Todo por patria. ¿Mis órdenes? ¡Fuego! Ahí.
Täckeme aierna.
Napay. Sí. Ahorita. Sí. Voy.
Oi. Kalkgålur. Täckeme aierna.
Napay. Sí. Voy. Ahorita.
Ordi.
¡Fuego! Ahora. Ahí. Ahora.
Sí.
¿Órdenes? Dígame. Sí, señor. Ahí. ¿Mis órdenes? Ahora.
Kalkgålur. Täckeme aierna.
Voy.
Mi taita. Recolectora.
Ordi. Täckeme kalkgålur. Täckeme aierna. Täckeme aierna. Täckeme aierna. Täckeme aierna.
Mi taita. Sí. Voy. Sí. Voy. Leñador.
Anfederlam. Kalkgålur. Täckeme kalkgålur.
Mis fuerzas
Täckeme
regresaron.
aierna. Täckeme aierna.
Señor, voy. Al ataque. Orden. Por el Perú. Voy. Por el Perú. Voy. Sí, señor. Por el Perú. Voy. Al ataque. Sí, señor. Voy. Al ataque. Por el Perú. Sí, señor. Orden. Voy. Al ataque. Por el Perú. Sí, señor. Escucho. Voy. Al ataque.
Patrón, sí, ahorita.
Señor. Sí, señor. Órdenes. Al ataque.
Napay.
Escucho.
Patrón, sí. Napay, ahorita.
Señor. Sí, señor.
Patrón, voy, sí. Mi taita, ahorita. Sí.
Todo. Patria.
Patrón, ahorita. Voy.
Órdenes. Yes.
Yep, I'm gonna go cast some matches now, but I have to go downstairs to make sure something's recorded in the DVR real quick. Once we do that, I'll go through all of them. Yeah, GG, well played. That was a good match. The thing I like about Ringo is he actually learned his lesson from the last game. Oh, yep. My little Juanito, muy bonito. Yeah, don't get the wrong idea, but yeah. Now, to be fair, all these Juanitos are a big part of my YouTube community, so I wouldn't be where I am today without them. So I have gratitude wherever they come. Yeah, 1 second, I'll deal with the DVR thing downstairs, and then we can get right into the game casting. Alright, I'm back. Let me restart the game and then we'll get right into our recordings. I don't want to start too late in case we got some really big stuff to go over. Alright, let's restart now. Going to the next one. Booting into it right now. Here we go. So the first ones we're going to do are 2P1, 2P2, 2P3, 2P4. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4. Except instead of bananas, it's a bunch of Amazon jungle people, basically. Yeah. Amazon jungle tribes. Well, I bet they eat bananas, yeah. That's where bananas come from, right? The tropics. So, yeah. Probably have 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4. Where are these ones? This one. This will be the first one. Can hear everything, right? Yeah, just making sure nothing weird happened with my OBS, however. Yeah. Because sometimes it does. So here we are. We got wololonick going up against Goimistan. So it's Tupi versus the Tupi. Not one Tupi, but two Tupi. Two Tupi, yeah. Tupi 2. I forgot what's the name of this map again that's in India, where it's sort of in like the marsh and stuff. I forgot what this is called, but I kind of like it because it sort of has that feel of like the Florida map or the Bayou one, except you got sort of Indian natives on it, Bhakti natives, which are great against skirmish units. So it will be a pretty fun experience all around for us to see here. So, a Tupi mirror. Now, this is going to be a really special sight we rarely ever see. We rarely ever see a Tupi player who actually is willing to fight against another Tupi player. It's a literal spam fest of proportions you don't even know. Yeah, that's basically what happens when you have a Tupi going up against another Tupi. Is it essentially becomes who knows how to spam their war hut and longhouses the most stuff in the quickest amount of time. It's a literal spam fest, because that's generally how the Tupi do their battles. Their infantry, not the strongest units, unless you can, basically their pomberos are very powerful, but outside of that, they're basically a bunch of like sort of trash units, that cost food and wood, because, unfortunately, the Tupi, when they see the silver mine, they don't think money, they think, some big shiny rock in the middle of the ground that they just look at, The Tupi are the only civ in the game that actually can't gather coin and can't use it. Well, they can technically use it, but they don't have any means to use it, basically, right? All their sort of technologies that for other civs would cost coin, theirs will cost either food, wood, or both, basically. So, a very basic economy. A really basic economy, actually, because you only have to worry about two resources, the food and the wood. And then magically in World War I, you worry about oil. I mean, the Tupi don't know what like gold and silver and how valuable that is, but they somehow figure out how to get gasoline working. That's one I don't even understand, really. Yeah, who knows? Maybe instead of using gasoline, maybe they should discover how to melt the silver into their gas engines or something. I don't know. Weird Tupi invention for tanks and planes and automobiles, yeah. But anyways, here we go with the first sending of cards. We're going to have to look at these decks and see which one looks a little bit better than the other. So this is the Nick deck. So we got our regular villager stuff. We got our crates. We do have Infinite 2 macaws. These are a wonderful scouting unit because these are one of the only scouting units in the games that can't actually be attacked by stuff. Yeah, literally no units can actually attack these birds. These birds literally fly around the map randomly, scouting out stuff to you, and, enemy buildings can't actually shoot at them or anything, which is pretty cool. It's like a permanent line of sight. And of course, you can select the little birds and tell them where to go to if you want to look for something specific. Yeah. Great for players that don't like scouting with their explorer and infantry and stuff. In terms of age 2, we have some Maratakore's shipments here. These are your cavalry units. They're going to be good against skirmishers, but mainly artillery. Also, you got the Yibrahalas. These are anti-cavalry. You got a support shipment here of some Voluntario de Patrias, some Brazilian skirms, which, from the get-go, I would say probably there's not much of a difference between the archers of the Tupi and these guys because of their stats, But I do think that the Voluntario's main asset's going to be moving a bit faster. They got a good movement speed. Got the team melee attack card here, basically for hand infantry. Since they don't have any musketeers, there's no point in giving it to all the heavy infantry. You got Flute House. Now you can train villagers from your longhouses. A really good booming card. But all your villagers train at half speed. So that's kind of the catch-22 is, yeah, you can train your villagers from anywhere just about. But, yeah, it's going to take a bit longer so it's not too OP. You don't want to turn the Tupi into the Portuguese 3.0, which would be very bad. Archer combat, so a bit of support for the archer units there. Pombero support. Maratakora support. Basically all the support cards except the one for the Yibrahara. which, I'm a little bit shocked by because the Ibrahar is a pretty decent pikeman. Why not add another multiplier against shock units, Makes it about 6x, I believe, right? Which is more than the pikeman. Infinite maroon allies. These are native archers with a larger than normal melee attack. Yep, so what did they agent up with? I think the chief, it looks like. Goimistan. Is he doing the same? The chief? Oh, everybody likes the chief, huh? I always go with the messenger because I'm always thinking rush out the gate with this civ. They're very aggro-centric. As we mentioned about last week, we consider the Tupi to be sort of on the category of a B-tier civilization, so not quite as strong as Zulu with Russian, but rushing is one of the Tupi's strongest tools in their Tupi belt. Yeah. Basically get a bunch of the Maratakoras with the Oibisi archers and Yerburas and start hitting their base, with sort of like that triangle of units being your primary stuff. And if that doesn't work, yeah, you can pull in some of the other things like the Pomberos, the Blowgunners, which were a Dragoon-like unit a bit later, basically. So this is the Goimistan deck. So biggest difference you can see right away is a lot more unit shipments, yeah. Also using the Flute House, so I guess Flute House might actually be a really good thing for the Tupi's meta from the looks of it. I don't ever use it that much, but I guess it's something people like. Potato Harvest. Did Nick have that by any chance? Let me check, actually. Because that's going to be important to his late game economy. So he has exotic hardwoods. He's got the Quinoa Harvest, which is the first farming card. Medicine, and what is this? Tamayo Confederation to make all the support cards cheaper. Okay. So Goimistan, what has he got? So he's got exotic hardwood. So he's got a little bit more late game economy here. Also taper leather. Does Nick have that one? I can't remember. He does not. So basically what this is like a really basic hit point boost to all your units, including your villagers, your military. Yeah, it's not that much, but it does help you across the board with everything, really. And I can imagine if you ever do get to Great War Age with the tanks and the armored cars, it does help you a little bit more because the base stats of those things are significantly higher than anything the Tupi are going to make, I mean, now the Maratakoras being sort of like a shock unit are kind of durable, 150 HP. Kind of okay, at least for a dismounted shock unit. The Yibras are about 140 HP. And the Oibisi archers are about 75 HP. These Oibisi archers, if that's how you pronounce them, sounds like embassy in a way, but with a different start. These archers are extremely cheap. Like basically like cost like nothing, right? I mean like 29 food, 29 wood. That is a very cheap price to make an archer, and am I right? This is very cheap. Crossbowmen for civs in the Asian Diocese and DE, they cost like 40 food, 40 wood. This is a dirt cheap unit. But the stats are not that strong. I mean, they got the 1.5 rate of fire, though, of like Native American archers, which is great. They don't have the slow rate of fire. That's good, but the overall damage, not a whole lot. 8 damage, multipliers that of an early skirmisher unit, so not a whole lot. Yeah. The best thing you can do is try to spam as many of those as you can. And there's about 3 ways to do so. You can train them out of the war hut. You can get these raiding parties. These are basically a mix of 2 of each of the main Tupi infantry units. So you get 2 of the archers, 2 of the anti-cav units, and 2 of these guys. You get this, and this, and you get two of them. So basically like this little rectangle here, like I don't know, like this. This is basically what you get out of every one of those raiding parties, and this is the cost of it. It's not that expensive, honestly, The good part of going with raiding parties versus regular war hut training is you have a little bit of everything, so you're never totally hung out to dry, as they say, when it comes to what you're dealing with, right? You're always going to have a bit of anti-cav, you're always going to have a bit of archery, you're always going to have a bit of anti-sort of skirmisher stuff. You're not going to be completely messed up if somebody hits you with the unit you're not expecting, right? Kind of prepared for everything. And this is another way you can get archers, through the scouting party big button. And you can send this infinite times, but it does become more expensive in food each time you send it. It gives you about 5 free Tupi archers, basically. Yeah. And with those Tupi archers, you're basically able to get a quick defense or to help build up your rushing army, right? So let's say you build a bunch of stuff at the war hut and through these raiding parties, and it's not quite enough for what you want. You know, just tap the Town Slayer Big Button a couple of times and get a bunch of free archers out of that. It's quite good, actually. Quite good for you. But like I said, don't do it too much unless you really need it, because eventually it does start to cost like 1,000 food, 2,000 food, 5,000 food, 10,000 food. And, you know, it's practically more expensive than an Imperial Age upgrade to get it. So, yeah. Use it sparingly, you know. If you think you can win a quick game by, like, using the ability like 3, 5, 10 million times, do it. And you might actually get some success. But, you use it at the wrong time and all those archers get creamed by artillery, then you're going to be pretty sad. You're going to be a very sad little Tupi tribesman doing your Tupi dance, basically, in disgust of how it went. Yeah. Our Takura's followed by 1,000, well, is that 700 wood? They're still in H2, right? So where's Nick's score at? His eco score. So he's got about, I think they're about neck and neck right now. They seem to be doing a similar macro, making raiding parties from the longhouses and then supporting that with scouting parties from the Town Slayer. We have not seen, from the looks of it yet, any sort of war hut production at all, which means they probably intend on just spamming the raiding parties at each other until one side gets a numbers advantage and knocks out the other one. At least that's what I'm seeing. You know, they're getting a combination of resource crates and their support unit shipments, right? Did Goimistan send the volunteers yet? No, he is not. So that might be a really important thing later. It looks like Nick has lost most of his, but he still has a few of them left. The most important thing of using these guys is not going to be necessarily the range like these guys have with the rate of fire, but rather their movement speed. You know, they have a movement speed of about 5. These archers are only going to have a movement speed of about 4. So these are really just a good support unit to basically hit and run mostly the melee units, I would say. But do note that unlike normal early skirms, their range is only 14. So, yeah, they're going to have to get a little bit close to comfort, so you better be ready to run out of there and not mess up your targeting when you're using them. Or else you're going to have some serious problems overall. It's going to get really dangerous and risky very fast if you don't do that. Yep. Does look like Goimistan does have a large stack here. Oh, he was able to oh wow, he was able to get some of these Treasure Guardian lions too from the War Chief's ability. That's awesome. He's going to be using a pretty decent meat shield here. I mean, look at the HP on these lions. It's a 162 HP on them. Not that bad, honestly. I mean, they actually have more HP than the clubmen do, and they have more HP than these do. So, I mean, that's one of the other things the Tupi can do, is they can get some pretty tanky Treasure Guardians with their War Chief to actually add to the melee front and actually protect some of their more resource-heavy units like these from getting completely cooked. Okay, so it looks like melee is lining up perfectly. Now, question is, where do the Yibraharas arrive? So it looks like most of Goimistans are coming from the top, but purples are coming from the bottom, and now they're starting to break through the line into the archers. Yeah, okay, so now he's running out of melee and he's getting pushed back now, and a little bit more support from the back there. So now they're breaking into the line of the archers now. This is going to be pretty big, because if you lose your army of melee, then your army of Oibisi archers is at risk, right? And you're putting a lot of food into these armies of Oibisi archers too, right? So basically, as I said, that scouting party Big Bun from the Town Slayer that produces the archers quickly becomes more expensive over time. So if you're not being careful and you land the enemy dig into your Oibisi archers, you're essentially throwing food down the drain that you could be using for aging up or more of the raiding parties. So yeah, basically Nick has to get on top of this really fast and come up with something here. especially considering how Goimistan actually included some Oibisi Archer shipments in his deck. So he's going to get way more of these archers coming on the way than maybe Nick can handle here. And it's looking like, I don't want to be too early, but I don't know where he's going to get army to deal with this, right? He does have the resources to keep up with these raiding parties, but is he going to be able to group them up and put up some sort of defense? No. Because the bigger these Oibisi Archer masses grow in these sort of mirror matches, basically it becomes impossible to win, Because it's not so much all these melee units that wins you the game, it's really the big massive archers in the back that literally shreds through all those melee units and then allows the melee units to actually get up to the longhouses and start sieging them and stuff, right? Because, yeah, the thing you need to know about Tupi is their buildings are cheaper in wood than average, but that means that their hit points are also lower than average. So if you look at this town center, it only has about 2,600 HP. Most town centers we used to have 6,500 HP. Huge drop, It doesn't take a whole lot of siege stuff to snipe one of these town centers. Basically because these town centers are made out of all sorts of tropical rainforest material, not exactly cement or steel or metal or more Western European type stuff. So it's going to fall apart a lot easier. And it looks like Nick fell apart right now. Yep, good match though. That was a good start. Now what I'm wondering is, are we going to see more Tupi mirrors, or is Nick going to sort of try other stuff against the Tupi? Because if you want to consider this like a best out of 4 series, it looks like Goimistan is up by 1 as of right now. Right. Let's look at the unit population. That could actually be a real interesting thing here, military unit population. So these are the sort of fluctuations you have to look at in Tupi mirrors. How high can you stay in the graph and for how long? Because if you can stay high in the graph and get a bigger spike like this, it's a lot harder to follow as Tupi than if your spike is only down here. Right? You want to have your spike be up as much up here as possible whenever you can. Because if you can spike your armies up as Tupi, against Tupi, you're going to be the winner usually. Yeah. Pretty much. It's not as complicated as Europe and the Latin American civs because you don't have all those big heavy hitter units to worry about, right? Brahma Mustika's here. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We just did our first casted game of the day. Now we're going to be doing the second one. Hopefully you enjoy it. Should be a fun one. We're going through wololonick versus Goimistan first. Alright, record games. So we're going to do 2p2 now. 2p2, 2p, 2p2. There we go. This one. So let's see. Is Nick going to stick with the 2p or is he going to try to branch out here a bit? Nick is still 2p. And Goimistan is still 2p. 2p Wars. Wow. This should be fun. This should really be fun. So now the map is Indonesia. And this will be a pretty good battle, I think, between the two. Now, the thing I think that this map does pretty well at for the two players is offering them an alternative to getting around, right? You obviously start on Indonesia with the Marathon Catamaran that you can use to load some units up on and attack from behind and stuff. So yeah, it should be a very interesting battle, too. Also, on this map, you do have some berry bushes that are out in the middle of the map. Tupi are one of the few civilizations in Wars of Liberty that actually gets market technologies that improve berry bush gather rates. Yeah. So normally you might not pay too much attention to berry bushes, even though their gather rate is rather decent at the start. Yeah, Tupi can get a lot of food out of berries if they see them. So definitely be on the lookout for berry bushes when you're playing as this Civ, All those years of picking bananas and papayas and stuff in the Amazon trees really paid off for him, I guess. There's a longhouse right there. I'm assuming it's going to be very similar to what we saw last game. It's going to come down to who can get the biggest stack of units and maintain that for a number of seconds, right? Because Nick definitely had his stack, but he lost, and then Goimistan grew his stack even bigger, and it was impossible to knock down, right? Yeah. I don't know exactly if we're gonna see a jump to H3 at all with like blowgunners and pomberos if it's gonna get that far. I think it's just gonna these are just gonna be H2 battles involving raiding parties and the scouting party Big Bun from the town center making all the archers. That's at least, from my opinion, what it's gonna look like basically. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it turns out. Pretty much. What else do we got here? We got same decks, right? How many decks does he have? He has FI, he's got FF, he's got Rush, he's got Team, he's got my deck. So Goimistan has a pretty big arsenal of tech decks here, not text decks. Yeah. So this is an interesting one. So this one's a little bit different than the last one. So not as much unit shipments, but it does have some more upgrades worth mentioning. So we got advanced trading posts here. So if Goimistan does want to pick up some of these conquistadores and elephants, he can. He has the feather dress. The feather dress makes the villagers 20% cheaper in food. He also has Hookah Hookah, that team melee card we talked about. He also has Thin Borduna. Maratakura's attack and speed increase. So this is going to give him a little bit more maneuverability. You know, his clubmen are going to move a bit faster, and they're going to hit a bit harder too into groups of Oibisi archers that they can find. You know, that might be a big advantage against Nick, because what's Nick running? Nick is running the exact same card as deck as last game. So it's got the melee card here, most of the support cards here. Mostly you got to worry about this half of the stuff. I don't think this half of the stuff is going to matter at all. It's really this and up, you know. And the one thing I will say is, I think in this match, depending on how strong Nick can do his pressure, I don't think Goimistan has as much unit shipments as last time to back him up. So if Nick can fight really well here, he might have a better shot at this, you know. Goimistan is running a slightly greedier deck this time, you know. In terms of cards he's going to use as support, he does have one anti-cav, he has one anti-skirmish or anti-archer, and about 2 archer ones here, so anti-infantry. And that sort of reflects what we see with Nick. Nick has, you know, he's got two of the cavalry ones, one anti-cav, and then he's got the volunteer, which is a bit different, you know. It's not quite the same as the OBSC archers, as we mentioned, so it has a bit less range, but a lot more movement speed and maneuverability. So, you know, we could see an interesting dynamic here where we see Voluntarios trying to outrun the beefed-up speedy Maraticoras that Goimistan upgrades with his cards. You know, movement speed might really matter this game. We'll have to see, though. The Chief and the Chief, right? Yep, it looks like Goimistan has picked up tracking from the market. Tracking is basically a hunting upgrade that costs about 100 wood. Right, so I believe it costs 100 wood for all the other Cids to get too, the Inca and the Mapuche. Yeah, it's basically the same as hunting dogs, which basically means he's going to gather these elephants a bit faster now. Yeah. So looks like the wood is there from the Chief. It's about 400 wood, I believe, so like a core master. Yeah, we're seeing a similar setup. Again, the longhouse is up, and then just spamming out a bunch of raiding parties. You know, that mix of 2 spearmen, 2 archers, and 2 cavalry units. They're not real cavalry, but they're like Eagle Warriors, you know, from Age of Empires 2 Eagle Warriors. That's sort of what these Maraticora's clubmen represent, basically. Is like a dismounted cavalry unit. I mean, the multiplier sort of counter system doesn't work the same as AoE 2, but you get the idea, right? Yeah. But they do share the same tag as actual mounted cavalry do, interestingly enough. You know, both a shock tag, meaning cavalry, as well as a scout tag, which means light shock melee. So, sort of like your hussars, your Ulons, your coyote runners. If they were a bit heavier and armored, maybe they'd be assault, and that would include like Quileses, Spanish Lancers, Mosqueteros on foot. things that do like splash damage, multipliers against infantry, have higher armor values and HP, that sort of thing. So yeah. No assault units for the Tupi though. Their one shock unit, I guess you could call it that, is the Maratakuras, these clubmen. Yep. Which looks like we're seeing already a bit from Nick down here. And we're probably seeing the same from Goimistan as well. Yeah, he seems to be already queuing up too as well, similar to Nick, just a bit slower. But that doesn't mean everything, Maybe Goimistan gets a few more resources and is able to group up a bit easier. So now he's on raiding parties 3 and 4. Goimistan, number 3 is going to arrive very soon, and then another one's coming. Yeah, we got to pay attention to these raiding parties here to see who's going to get them faster and who's going to be able to maintain them, Of course, if somebody's on their turf, they can probably shell out a lot of food from the town center and get scouting party to bring in a couple of more archers to back them up. But I think they ideally don't want to do that. They want to just stick to these well-balanced raiding parties. 2 Oibisi archers, 2 Maratakuras, and 2 Yibarharas. So, yeah, basically. It's funny it says the Yibarhara infantry armed with a spear good against shock units and buildings. It doesn't use a spear, though. It uses little baby battle axes to actually cut through cavalry, similar to the tomahawks. So maybe they should mention their little battle axes that you see in the picture here instead of the spear, basically. I don't even know how these guys are good against cavalry, honestly. How did wielding these little axes help you against, a heavily armored knight or something, you know what I mean? The big horsey, like the Escolta or something, is just going to use his armor and force his weight on you with his hooves and go, nee! On top of you. It's not even going to be good. So I don't get why these little battle axes are actually good against cav, but they are. I guess you could say the same about the tomahawks of the Hods, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. when did the original Ensemble Studios people think that, what we should make is the Hods Musketeer, a guy that throws axes in range and uses them in melee. That's totally something that armored cavalry is totally going to get humbled by, is little baby axes, basically. I don't know where they came up with that one. Even the Landetch's sword makes a bit more sense because of the reach of it. These little axes, I think they'd be better against infantry than anything, you know what I mean? Have a bunch of unprepared skirmishers over there and just, take out your little battle axes and just, take advantage of their disorganization and be able to pounce on them. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know Way We 3 logic too much. Looks like, oh, wow, look at these Yibarharas getting a lot of value here. They totally wiped out that melee portion of the Goimistan army, and now he's forced to retreat. Doesn't want to lose too much stuff. He's got to go back home over here and try to regroup a bit. Let's watch carefully what he's got in retaliation. He's got 2 more scout armies coming out of... one out of this one that's in danger, and one out of this one. Also shipping about 7 Maratakuras, so a bit more anti-archer, so anti-Oibisi, but also anti-voluntario too. So what's the mass looking like? So mass-wise, probably looking at about 28 stuff, and then probably good amount of stuff here. But how much does Nick have over here? He's got about 26, 27, 33 units, right? 33 units plus the Explorer now. So yeah, we're going to have to see who can get the biggest stack and who can maintain the biggest stack, right? Because if Nick isn't careful, he gets too arrogant and goes right in. He might get into trouble there, right? Oh yeah, one more cool fact. When you destroy Tupi buildings, they leave behind some Oibisi archers too from the destructed foundation. So if you take out a longhouse, you get 2 free archers you can add right to your army, and then take them back and regroup and get a bigger assault going. So definitely pay attention to your buildings, even if you lose them, because you could be getting some free archers as the Tupi to maybe change the battle around, which Goimistan might be able to do. I mean, looking at the score, he is slightly ahead, so that does indicate more stuff, more villagers, more military, more everything, so more resources. So that could be a pretty good sign for Goimistan. Also, he's got these Oibisi Archer shipments he can send. He's sending one right now, and then if he gets another longhouse, he can ship in another one too in a bit. So Nick's going to have to be very, very cautious here. But this is a mirror, though, so it's not that easy to adapt, I think. I don't think it's that easy to adapt, basically. So it'll be a very interesting situation to see if anybody can do anything here. Ingwa tapo tapid inyaha. Yeah, they had some interesting voice lines in the game. I don't know, were those like real way Tupi, indigenous Tupi really talked, or is that just a bunch of jarbled, like native stuff that they came up with similar to the Age of Mythology stuff? I wonder. Like, if you really said these Tupi phrases to ones living in the Amazon today, would they know what you're talking about? Or, like, what's wrong with the crazy white man? What's he saying? What's the white devil saying to me? I have no idea. Like, I don't know. The forest will cry its loss with thunder. I wish they still had the thunder ability, where you could literally rain lightning bolts on the enemy. That used to be a thing not too long ago, you know. And then the developers were like, oh no, that's like Age of Mythology. That's not good. We want to make it accurate. And it's like, no, I like the lightning bolts. The lightning bolts are fun. That little bit of Zeus not Zeus, but Hera from above, casting her lightning on you. This is sad. It's getting snared by anti-cav. Like, he could already be retreating by now, but it's not paying attention to the snare. And now the archers are catch up, and now he's really in trouble. Yeah. I think this is the theme of last game, isn't it? Nick gets a little bite, he gets a little win, and then Goimistan just falls back to his base and regroups with a much bigger army. That seems to be the shining theme of these games right now. Different age empire. Where do you come from? So I come from the United States of America, right? So the USA. This is Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty, which is a fan-made modification for the Legacy Age of Empires 3, not the definitive edition. This is for Asian Dynasties AoE 3. Or what some people had it called the Complete Collection. So basically, if you still own the old game, either an electronic copy or a disc, you can still play this and add this mod to it. It takes place in the Victorian era as well as the World War I era. So basically Queen Victoria, the Zulu, the U.S. Civil War, War of the Triple Alliance. Basically, a lot of the foundations of the countries you know today, like Brazil, Argentina, Afghanistan, Kuwait, you sort of learn about their origins a lot through this era, and that's sort of what this mod goes into in great depth. This is just one of the Native American civs, the Tupi, and they're mostly a rainforest tribe associated with the Amazon in Brazil, so a lot of archers, a lot of blowgunners, some clubmen, some little battle axes that these guys have. It's apparently made. Are those made out of wood? Yeah, they don't appear to be made out of like bone or anything, unless the bone is old. Like, I've seen some old like chicken bones, like having fried chicken or something, where the bone looks a little brown like that. So I'm wondering, is that like splintered wood, or is that like real like chicken bone or something, like bird bone? I have no idea how they made those little battle axes exactly, or maybe it's just a visual thing. Who knows? Looks like, though, Goimistan is going to take another win. So in this best out of 4, he seems to be up by 2 now. Yeah. Doing pretty well. I mean, I'm hoping that Nick can maybe learn his lesson, since, that's sort of the rules of warfare, You can fall for something once, you can fall for something twice, but never fall for it 3 times, If you fall for it 3 times, then your opponent is very not paying attention, basically, because that's usually what you learn in battles as a general is you fall for something twice, like some sort of tactic that you've never seen before, then you sort of already learn, and then you can counter it the 3rd time. You lose to it the 3rd time completely unguarded, then yeah, you got a lot of training to do, basically, to get yourself up to the standard. Yeah. Also adding in some of these scouting parties, it looks like, from the town center for food. He can do that for now, but it's going to become more expensive in food as time goes on, and I think he's got way too much stuff in his base to... Yeah, it looks like it. GG. That was a good one. So what? I just want to see what the graph looks like this time on military unit population. So if we look at we can look at the resource this too, but what's the military unit population look like? So it looks like basically wololonick should have it's very similar. He had a peak here, went down a bit, and then he grew, but Goimasan just grew a bit quicker, and that whew, see the crash. Just like looking at the stock market, you just crashed down like that. Huge shift in the bow. Just because Goimasan knew to stay near his town center and just regroup, give himself plenty of time, you know. That's why you got players like Cappy, they're always like attacking you and stuff because they don't want you to have that free breathing room to grow stuff, really. They don't. Oh, Brahma Mostika's from Indonesia. That's awesome. You know, have you ever heard of the Struggle of Indonesia mod before? Does that ring a bell at all to you, the Struggle of Indonesia mod for Age of Empires 3? I've been looking for some people to do Struggle of Indonesia with. You know, so maybe you could hit me up sometime to do some Struggle of Indonesia together. I'd be happy to get like a huge like team game going, like maybe 2v2, 4v4 or something, you know. But before that, I would have to ask Maxi if he was able to find all those code bugs. Because I guess the latest version of Struggle of Indonesia has a lot of bugs that will crash multiplayer games, but they won't crash single-player games. Now, there is one bug that will actually basically crash the single-player games, but yeah. It's the one involving one of the civs in their houses, because basically houses build more houses, and if the house spawns into another house, it just like crashes the code and the game go ee like that. It's very strange, but yeah. I wonder if Maxi could fix that issue too, or is that one that's kind of unavoidable? He might be able to at least fix the ones for the other civs, you know, like Yogyakarta and Mega Ase and some of the other ones. I can't pronounce most of them because I haven't looked at them in a long time, but pretty good selection of Javanese and I guess Javanese and born Malay cultured Indonesian civs, yeah. So anyways, what's going on here? We got Peru going up against Tupi again. So this could be a pretty interesting one. You know what I think is kind of fascinating about this fight is even though Peru is a fully fledged Latin American civ that can, you know, they actually can gather their coin, they can get cavalry, artillery, all that stuff. This could very well turn into another food and wood unit war again, because Peru is really good at fighting with trash units just as much as the Tupi are. You know, they even get a early skirm de Brunello, which only costs about 65 wood. And with that, you can actually get into some really nice kiting sequences against your enemies. So I'm wondering, is Nick thinking, is he going to be able to stack up some Brineros and maybe kite all of Goimastan's army? And what he can use instead of Maratacores now, there's Peru, he can use the Mushitero, which is a assault unit. Yeah, an assault unit. What does that mean? Well, that means that compared to a Maratacores, which is a scout unit, the Mushitero of Peru and other Latin American civs is an assault unit, meaning it has hand armor. So it resists the melee of enemy units. Even anti-cav units, you know? I mean, anti-cav will still be good against them, but they're going to be doing less damage. Approximately, I think the Mushitero, if I recall, isn't the hand armor resistance about 40%? So 40% of those pike attacks is going to be reduced. Fairly good, right? And also, if does run into a big stack of the clubmen, Wololonick can put out some Pardos, which are, you know, a pretty reasonably priced pikeman. You know, it's a bit different than the standard pike because it costs a bit more food and a little bit less wood. But yeah, they work really synergetic with the Mosquiteros and Berneros most of the time. So what deck is he running anyway? So he's running a pretty good 1v1 deck. So he has the Virgin Force and the Extractivism. I would personally go as far to put Carpentry in as well, because I think wood is the most important starting resource for Peru to focus on once they get into that age 1 to 2 transition, but that's just me. Some really good military stuff at the start. Mosquitero, Legion Peruana, which is a Grenadier, Lancero, as well as the Shuar Bodoquiero support allies. So these were a native warrior blowgunner. You may notice that they look like the Carib ones, but they are actually not anti-infantry. They are actually anti-cavalry, so they're good against cav units. Yeah, and instead of like the normal blowgunner darts that you're used to, theirs are actually pretty colorful with poison, like this dark green poison on them that you see shines when they fire their weapons. So pretty powerful unit that you want to watch out for. If you do get to age 3, you do have Horse Grenadiers here, Guard ones in fact, as well as Guard Independentistas too. 2 Grieve Cannons, or White Cannons. They used to be called Grieve Cannons, and then their upgrade was called the White Cannon. Then they did the flipperoo and started calling them White Cannons and making their upgrade called the Grieve Cannon. It's basically Peruvian Culverins, and then you got more Baneros here. Also, you got this cool, interesting mercenary called the Immortal. And they're not Persian Immortals. These guys are basically just mercenary dragoons. They can also gather from huntables, too. A mercenary of the old unit called the Mordo Chuco, which used to belong to the Peruvian roster, but has since been annihilated, redacted, purged. Yeah. I don't know why they got rid of the Moro Chucos, because they were one of like the more unique Peruvian units, you know what I mean? Basically a dragoon with only has multipliers against cav that can also hunt meat in the middle of the map too. So it's like a gaucho, but actually good at some military tasks as well, which is pretty neat. Yeah. Graphics. Familiar with Age of Empires 3 and 4. Age of Mythology 2. The Age of Mythology and 3 are my most, I would say, my preferred titles in terms of my ability to do them at the, I guess, the multiplayer level, I guess. I do enjoy a good Age of Empires 2 game, though, and I can't say much about AoE 4 because I don't do it a whole lot, because I just don't know anybody that plays it, you know? That's a lot of what drives what games you do, is do you know anybody that will play it with you and be invested in playing it with you and getting you to get better at the game, you know? I know people to do AoE 2 with, AoE 3 and AoE Age of Mythology, even AoE 1, but I don't know any AoE 4 people that would legit play with me and help train me up or anything, so that's why I don't touch that title too much. Unless it's like a CBA game. I understand Castle Blood and AoE 4 somewhat now, and I've kind of enjoyed it actually. It's pretty fun, so yeah, maybe I'll do some of those again sometime with you. I don't think I've ever done the Castle Bloods on the big monitor yet, haven't I? Now that would be a pretty fun idea actually, yeah. Because I think the last time I did AoE 4 was on my plain old laptop screen, which was not that good looking. Yeah, so maybe we should touch that again and see how good it looks. Yeah. So what do we got here though? Training the Legion Piranhas as well as queuing up Berneros. So Piranhas and Berneros. Okay. Oh, these are decoys. He's making decoys. Alright. So this is the unit unit concept we don't always see in a real multiplayer match. So these are decoys. These are clones of these guys. So these are real Grenadiers, right? So they can really hurt you. These guys can't hurt you. These are decoys. They're basically like toys, you know, like little toy soldiers. They look like real soldiers, but are they gonna, you know, be able to shoot at you? Right? Nah, they're not. They're just like little decoys of the real things. So what you do with these decoys is you basically you can scout the map with them, or you can divert an enemy's attention to follow them instead of your real army, basically. So yeah, you can always determine if it's a decoy because it has this duck icon. Basically, you know how you go duck hunting, right? And you have those fake ducks at the pond and stuff. Yeah, it's sort of like that. Like it's a you shot the fake unit, basically. And these can be pretty impactful on battlefields because they can either lure enemies into chasing the wrong army, or they can get the enemy to target the wrong unit, which could be very bad, right? And you can actually create a large number of your military and make decoys of them, right? You can make decoy Legion Piranhas. You can make basically all the unique units, right? Outside the naval ones, so also the Bañuelos and the Grieve Cannons. You can also make decoy Lanceros, decoy Unets, and decoy Vivanderas. Decoy Juanitas Bonitas. It's probably the most innovative idea since sliced bread. If you're too big or too poor to have a Juanita Bonita, just create a decoy one that isn't the real thing. That has the face of a duck, I guess. Yeah, quack, like that. Yeah, the most silent duck I've ever heard. Oh, good night. Oh, here's Nick right now. The man, the legend. The one that's two wins down against Goimistan right now to watch himself battle. Oh, whoa! Look at that swarm. I was not looking at Goimistan the whole game. Dang, that's pretty big. I will say that. We might have to move Tupi up a bit ahead of Peru now. Looking at that, look at all the tempo the Tupi was able to build against Peru now. I'm liking this. We might have to give Tupi a bit more credit if they're going up against a Peru player. Yeah, maybe move them up like one slot in the next tier list when we do the one for the Middle East patch or whatever down the road. That might be a real good consideration. I mean, look at how he was able to grow this big army of Oipacy archers between the raiding parties, his home city shipments, and the town center big bun ability. That's quite significant. Actually, Nick did far worse here than he did as the Tupi himself. I don't think that the Varingo barracks setup for the Peruvians is enough to even deal with this Tupi mass, If you're going to go up against the Tupi as Peru, you kind of have to rethink your game, I think. I believe where maybe Nick went wrong is maybe he shouldn't have gone any coin units. He should have just went into Braneros and Pardos and kept, the KISS principle, right? Keep it simple, stupid. Get a big wall melee, big wall skirmish, and try to duke it out. Because theoretically, the Braneros, I believe, are slightly stronger than these guys just because their range attack is... What is the range attack on a Branero? Is it 17, I believe? Or something, 17 or 18? Yeah, it's technically doing slightly more damage than these guys, and they have more HP, too. So, if you can get a nice wall... And what's the Pardo stats compared to these guys? I believe it's definitely... I don't know. They'll definitely do better against these. I think. I don't know. Who am I to say? But how did the graph look this time? Because we really should just compare all four of these Nick matches against this Tupi to see if we really see anything that catches our eye, perhaps. So, what do we got here? If we look at this time, we got this one. Now, Nick didn't even have a real peak at all. He was getting humbled from the start. That is a big difference there, yeah. So definitely don't use Peru against Tupi unless you're able to get that early Branero advantage, I guess. Yep, definitely GG, James Mendez, definitely. That was a good third match. Now, we're going to see if Nick can maybe pull off in the last one at the very end. We'll see, though. Let's see what we got here. 2P4. 2P4. And feel free to upload any games that you got for me, too. Now, I'm pretty sure we're going to have time for other submissions as well, at least from what I'm seeing right now. Because we've already gone through 3 matches so far, right? going into match number 4. So now Nick goes with the French Valencia. Map is Jebel Musa. So a very nice map that you can defend on by setting up walls along these sort of choke points here. Yeah. Also a bit of water. If you want to go on water in this map, you do have a little bit over here too. Got a nice, decent trade route that starts here, up here with about 3 sockets. You do have Jesuit and Apache natives, so some maneuver units. I don't think they're really going to matter here, at least for the French against the Tupi, but maybe the Tupi might want them against the French. Who knows? You know, the French do have 2 assault units. They got this wave in the Clisser, so maybe maneuver does help out. We'll see, though. Now, my question is how does Nick make sure that he doesn't fall into the same sand trap he did as the Peruvians in the last game going against the Tupi, right? Because we know what Gormastan's going to do. He's going to get a huge army of Oibisi archers protected by some melee units. What can France necessarily do against that, you know? Because you're not going to have enough time to go for the FF, you know? You're not going to have time to get the Chau sur le Cheval mounted skirms. That's just not happening. So I think what it's going to come down to is basically, can you get enough line infantry, you know? Yeah, I think if Nick goes line infantry, just stacks line infantry, maybe he can do something. But yeah, I mean, at least for the initial wave, he can spam a bunch of line infantry, and then probably later on, maybe. Well, let's look at the deck he's got when it comes out. If he has like a 3 Hussar shipment in there, maybe he can like keep that in reserve, and once he goes in again, he'll have the Hussars there to distract the archers, give him time to deal with the melee, and then chase the archers down. Yeah, because as I said, the Tupi archers are like paper thin. You know, you get into like a real squabble with them, you're going to drop them very quickly. It's just a matter of getting in the battle with them and not having all these Tupi melee units getting in your face and stuff. Yeah, well, does he have 3 Hussar in here? Yes, he does. Also has 6 line infantry. He also has 8 volunteer. That could help deal with some of the Yibber because these are skirmishers. And they'd be good against the heavy infantry. Also, you got some shield mates. Begirmi shield mates. I don't think you're really going to get a lot of use out of these, personally. These are basically native infernals. So, basically mounted pikemen. So, I don't think they're going to be the best. If you could get to age 3, I would say Zwaves would be good. You know, get Falks, get the Mamluks, get the Zwaves. Zwaves could be a good unit in this matchup. You know, Zwaves in general are pretty well. I think they're well statted to deal with the Tupi until they get their blowgunners. You know what I mean? I mean, their HP is alright. They get hand armor, so they can resist the melee a bit. They get range multipliers against infantry, so they're good against the archers. They're good against really anything, you know what I mean? And then they can hold their own against the Maratakoras because they're both cav units, you know what I mean? Yeah, we'll see though. I don't know what Nick is going to get for a politician or anything. We're going to have to pay attention to that. So he's got enough food for the age up right now. He's going to get artisan, so he's going core master, 400 wood. Keeping it real, keeping it normal. I think that's really your best shot here. I don't think you want to go the scout and get hussars from your stable or anything weird like that. Just because Tupi are good at mixing their stuff because of those raiding parties from the war hut, not the war huts, but the longhouses. Can you believe that we haven't even seen a single war hut today at all from any Tupi player in like 4 games? This is whack. Like, I didn't know you could completely avoid the war hut altogether in like a real 1v1. I guess you can. If you know what your macro is and you know how to set up enough vills onto wood and food, maybe you can actually just stick the longhouse production of them. Isn't that something pretty neat? Yeah, I think so. Definitely. So getting the copper axe right, copper axe head right, copper axe, and then tracking. This is your first wood chopping one, and this is your Hunting one. Yep, your hunting dogs. Good maps? Yeah, these are good maps. These are ESOC maps. These are considered competitive by the ESOC online community. Back in the day when the ESOC community was on the Legacy game, these are the types of maps that they would run. These are the ones that you would be required to play on, basically, because they're programmed by map editors, map modders to have an equal distribution of hunts on them, of mines, of trees, to have reasonable native and trading post placement and consistency. Because the problem with a lot of the legacy maps is that they weren't consistent. There was RNG, and if you had the right hunt placement and stuff. But on the ESOC maps, the map modders made as much work as possible to make sure that the maps were consistent, and RNG was not a factor in a tournament where money might be on the line. Because that's the thing. Some of these ESOC tournaments, they have money prizes in them, so it's pretty bad when somebody is denied like $100 because the map didn't have the hunt spawn in the place that they normally do, right? So that's why the ESOC maps are usually recommended for every match if possible, just because that the hunts, the mines, the trees are going to be where they're supposed to be, and you don't have to guess. If you like sort of that old school guessing factor like Age of Empires 1, then I guess do the older maps. The only exception I would say is the maps that Wars of Liberty introduced, because there's a lot of fun Wars of Liberty only maps like Asuncion, Great Zimbabwe, Madagascar, Polynesian Atoll, and others that are just really fun to play on, yeah. So definitely, even the Pokemon one, Ikrutik, yeah, they even have a Pokemon themed map in Wars of Liberty too. That's shaped like a Pokeball and even has Pokemon music on it. So if you want looking for something different, you do have a really cool. Oh yeah, and the moon where the unicorns fart rainbows and there's man bats and pieces of rocket ships on it. So that's another fun map to do as well. Tupi OP. Yep, I think a lot of people say that, actually, that the Tupi are an OP civ. Yeah, so let's see how this turns out. I mean, right now, what is, Nick is on 5 muskets, right? 5 line infantry. Is he got more on the way? He's got more on the way. He's shipping in 3. He's doing Hussar and line infantry, so he's mixing and matching. Is that right? Okay. Now, this is a little bit different than what I recommended. He's going a lot more cavalry, scout units. I mean, if you look at this and you look at this, you basically could take like 2 of these and stick them into this, basically. Yeah, just about stats-wise. So yeah, like these Hussars are like worth 2 of these clubmen, basically. So right now, I think Nick has a lot of value on the field, and he might be able to press that if he's very careful. I guess he's going to start with the trading posts, maybe get a bit of bounty from that, maybe ship into line infantry, maybe some Hussars, maybe some volunteers. Who knows at this point what he's doing? It's Grenadiers. Alright. I mean, my only problem with Grenadiers is they might hit more of the clubmen, and thus they're going to be suffering from the malice. You're really going to want to hope that if you hit anything with these Grenadiers, that it's the infantry that they actually have multipliers against and not malice points against, Goimistan is making sure he's constantly making life miserable for Nick, taking HP out of his line infantry. How's the health looking on all of them? Mostly good. This one's a little bit battered. Nothing too serious. Kind of like getting stung by a bee in the field, I guess. Instead of getting stung by a bee, you got stung by its Amazon native's arrow, I suppose. So we got hunting dogs here coming in. Yep, back up right about. Yeah, bring the line infantry and grenadiers in.
Chargez! Votre ordre?
Ooh, a little bit grandier stuff. So what you could do, go around the... Oh. Oh, yeah, he's getting outnumbered again. Do you have any He's got to go in with bigger armies. That's where the theme I'm seeing is Nick is going in too early with not enough stuff. And he's getting being out by these larger Tupi armies. It seems to be the overarching theme of all these matches, honestly. At least from what I'm seeing in them. Could be wrong, but that's what I'm getting a reading of, basically. Yeah. You know, I was thinking too. For Van Diemen's is also wacky. Yep, Van Diemen's, Tasmania, probably one of the wackiest maps. You know the cool fact about the Tasmania map? It's actually possible to get secret chambers in the mountains that have treasures in them. Yeah, I guess on the right side cliffs, there's an RNG chance, depending on how many players there are, that there'll be rocks that you can actually only remove using your villagers to mine them up for coin. And then once you do that, there's like crates of, I believe, like wood and coin and also faith or XP in there. Should be XP now that you can collect in those little chambers, basically. I mean, it'd be pretty weird if they didn't change the crates and you're getting actual, like, gasoline. Getting gasoline out of the caves, man. Like, little books filled with glass. Yeah, that'd be very strange. Big time. Petroleum books. Books of petroleum. Yeah, so, Siege in the Stable. Ooh, he went age 3 with the KSF, so he got greedy. Now I understand, alright. See, that's the thing. If you're playing Tupi in 1v1, you should be really sticking to age 2. That's where you were wrong. I think if you stuck to age 2, you got like another batch of Hussars. You maybe shipped in one of these unit shipments, you would have been fine. I guarantee you, at least it would have been a much cleaner duel, I think. Because, yeah. See, yeah, you got your KSFs, but at what cost? Like, now you got like nothing to protect them with. It's literally... You're going to get a little bit of action here, but nothing too, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Yep. There you go. GG, well played on that one. Yep, basically. So what did the graph look like this time compared to the last ones? Like that. No, not the let's look at the military units. Yeah, that's the problem. You went up to age 3, and that's when you sort of just stopped building stuff, and you sort of just been growing stuff, like maybe right around like here or something. Like, when did the fight happen? Around here, right? Like, you were at this point all the way back then, so you could have, when this fight happened, maybe been around like here or something. It would have been a bit better. Yeah. Because the composition was good, like muskets with hussars, but you just needed more stuff. A lot more stuff, you know what I mean? And I think then you would have looked in a bit better shape there. Ooh, it's chorizo muy largo. Zalate. Juanito Zalate. Welcome. Doing more casted matches today, Juanito Zalate. See. Let's see. So now we're doing British versus Belgians, right? Kind of remembered all the ones that I wrote in myself. So Brit Belg. What's a Brit Belg? I literally came up with the word. It means British versus Belgians. Now, I don't know if he's going up against... Oh, he's going up against Goimistan again. So I'm assuming Goimistan is doing the British. He's a very strong British player. I think you've seen that a bit last week, actually, of how strong Goimistan is with the British Civ. He really knows his tempo well with the redcoat, similar to Cappy, but not quite the same. You know, he sort of understands that meta of spamming household blues with redcoats and a bit of green jackets, too. Yeah. But Nick's Belgium isn't bad either. You know, I mean, Belgium definitely knows his. Nick definitely knows his way around the Belgians. Now, question is, how does he do his setup? I think the obvious thing to do is every time you get one of your frontier wagons, stick it on a trading post. Don't bank an outpost unless you think you're going to need to protect a resource. Yeah. Now, once he gets to his next age up, then he'll have both of his trading posts covered, and then he should be able to put outposts around his base with the remaining covered wagons. Unless he wants to do the roulette card for the casino card, because Belgians actually get a card that represents, like, you know, the roulette of the casino, and it trickles coin from your tavern. So maybe he'll get that, and then he'll do some mercenaries, but we'll see. He's going to have to be careful, though, because Gormistan definitely understands the strengths of the British really well. Basically, these are not the same British that you grew up with back in 2005. These British do not have the manor boom. They don't have manor houses, right? That bonus went to the German civ. What the British offers is marriages, you know? Marriages, those wonderful things where you meet the love of your life, you get married, you were happy for like 1 to 3 years, and then for the rest of the 20, 30, 40 years are really miserable and can't even look at each other at night and sleeping in separate beds. Yeah, that sort of thing. But guess what? With the British, you get to do it 4 times. Age 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5. Thankfully, you don't have to do it into the Great War Age. You know, because that would be one marriage too many. So, thankfully, you don't have to deal with that too much. Now, British, this is the British deck. The cards were a bit different. One thing you'll notice about British, they no longer have villager cards, but they do have all 3 of the European trickle cards. So they got Colbertism for food, capitalism for coin, and then distributivism for wood. I think I pronounce it, for some reason, like verbally, like I have like every time I try to say the wood trickle card's name, I get like some speech impediment thing in my pronunciation. It's like, why is it so hard to pronounce this? I don't know. But you get the idea, it's a wood trickle. Now, one thing you notice about Brits, they get lots of infinite shipments. Lots of them. They get them for their redcoats, they get them for their dragoons, their Scots Greys, they get them for their rockets. Well, this one's been around for a while, but these ones are certainly new. Right? Now, this is a powerful card you might recognize somewhat from Definitive Edition with the United States. So this is the Victoria Cross. You send the card once, and then it comes back with 2 shipments. So you get a shipment back for the card that you sent, and another shipment too. And how that works is you can often get 2 Falcons followed by some military unit like this, or maybe even a factory, because British is the only civ currently that gets access to a factory in Age 3, giving them an early eco boost, basically. Yeah, quite powerful, you know. Whereas the Belgians are much more native focus and much more trade route focus. You know, they even get this cool thing that nobody really, I don't think everybody uses, but sometimes people use it, where basically you see this little rope here. This isn't someone who got banned from their favorite VTuber's YouTube channel, Chad. It's basically means every time that the stagecoach, whether they're passes by the train posts, you'll basically reduce the gather rate of the enemy villagers by, I think, about 5%. You'll see like a negative aura ring around their units, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Back in the day, Belgian trading posts actually reduced all enemy villages' gather rates on the map all the time. And people were like whining and crying that their eco was so slow against Belgium that they couldn't do anything, basically. And they were like, you know, we're going to have to tamper this down and force players to either choose resources or choose hurting the enemy's eco. We can't give them the best of both worlds anymore because it's just way too broken. So they fixed that real quick. The Artisan, so another core master age up for Belgium, gives them about 400 wood. British getting married to the Prince of Orange. Now, this is a pretty interesting marriage because every time you marry someone as the British, you gain one of their civ's main bonuses. In this case, you gain the Dutch villager system. So instead of just settlers, now you got food costing settlers, wood costing Hindustani laborers, since you're British and not the Dutch, who use Javanese laborers, and then you get slaves from Africa for the coin costs. And basically what it does too is, notice the build limits here. It partitions the build limits equally between all three villagers. So instead of having 99 settlers, you can only have 33 settlers. And then for the rest, you're going to have to train up the Javanese laborers for wood and the slaves for coin, basically. Yeah. I believe from what I recall, at least from the proto-unit description, I believe that the laborers and the slaves also have the gather rate bonus that the Dutch Civ does. So, like, the slaves will gather faster from the mines, and the Javanese ones will gather better from the wood. But I could be wrong about that, because look at this, it says it right in the pro-unit name. It has the mention about gathering faster from trees. So, I wonder if it really does have that bonus, or it's just there in the string. Yeah, so what is Belgium even going to do? Combat. So he's going to start out with line infantry. He's got a forward base about mid-map here. Kind of decide to decline the earlier trading posts and go straight for the stomach, I guess. Muskets with a bit of supporting skirmies. And I'm assuming British is going to start Redcoat. Yep, starting Redcoat. This is their very pretty signature unit to start with. Redcoats are statistically stronger musketeers than normal, with about HP of about 235, so that's pretty good. It's about up there with Janissaries. Its range attack is 25, which is strong. Its anti-cab is really brutal. 4x against scout, 4x against maneuver, and then 2.6 against assault, so that's pretty big. But they don't get armor. That's their one downside, no armor. Honestly, going up against infantry, Redcoats really shine stats-wise. But when it comes to like fighting certain assault units, they do have to be careful and try to group up, because, you know, Escolta's Lance or Clisse's Saber is going to do full damage now. No resistance, you know what I mean? You get all these good stats, but at a cost of just not having any resistance, you know, which makes it better in some trades and worse in other trades, basically. Shipping in about 5 green jackets. The British roster is totally unique as well. So they don't have any common units except for Navy, Artillery, and, you know, the Marines that they get from the naval ships, too. Yeah, basically. There, and then I'll be right back in, okay? Drives. Now we can continue. So where we left off, basically, we're seeing a development of a rush by Belgium. But British are going to counter with their redcoats and some of their own skirmish units. So what sets apart a green jacket from a volunteer, for instance, is the green jacket's a full skirmisher. It's basically a hybrid between like an early skirm and a late game skirm. Its range is slightly less, about 18 range instead of the standard 20. Its multipliers are warped, so its multipliers are higher against light cavalry instead of heavy infantry. So great for shredding dragoons. It's the main thing you need to know about them. And the fact that they're available in Age 2 instead of Age 3. So, yeah. Kind of the British are a bit advanced in that way, again, access to like a real skirmisher instead of like a semi-skirmisher. Yeah. He's actually going to start training some now and ship some more redcoats from the home city. So he has a bit more skirmish in his army. Whereas Nick has about, how many volunteers? He made some more, so he has about 11. He shipped his Nam Nam natives in. These are Belgian spear natives. And also training some grenadiers too. Belgium is one of the only civs in the game that can train native units on any map. Basically, from the get-go, they can construct a native embassy and train some African natives. The Nam Nams, which were spearmen. The Zappo Zaps, which are a sort of anti-mercenary and also an anti-villager unit. And then the Hunga Munga, which is a knife-throwing warrior that has range multipliers against Cav and does hack damage instead of pierce damage. So, it's a pretty colorful trio of natives. He's putting them into cover mode as sort of like a phalanx to tank all these bullets to allow the but I don't think he has enough firepower to get this done, though, so he's going to have to get out of there. Fortunately, losing most of his spearmen in that engagement. These spearmen, they got some great siege, so I would love to see him at least save some of them. But no, he sacrifices them for the greater good so that the White Devil can get away. That's really nice. Let's see now. Grenadiers. Grenadiers, they can be good. The thing you gotta understand about them is these are not the same Grenadiers that you know from the Definitive Edition. So they're actually a one-pop infantry unit that you obviously see gets trained at the barracks. Basically, they get a charged grenade throw instead of doing it all the time, so they'll throw their grenade, and then they have to wait about 60 seconds before they can toss another one. Up until that point, they're going to just fire their musket, so this is the grenade attack, and this is the ranged musket attack. Ranged attack is weaker than the musketeer, but it does have some pierce armor, so it is a little bit more anti-infantry oriented, and obviously hand attack, no anti-cav. Though technically it probably should, you know. That's sort of the way Grenadiers really focused in history, was they're basically just stronger, you know, bayonet infantry, right, that happen to be able to throw grenades every now and then. But yeah, you get the idea though. And about the trade monopoly for Belgium, nobody uses it because of how worthless it is depending on trade route length. It's only good if you're on super hyper short length trade routes. So probably like Mendocino, right? The Mendocino trade routes are super tiny. So I think on that you might use it, but definitely not on Jebel Musa, definitely not on Tassili, which is this map. Because you know how far they have to go to actually travel to the other side, yeah. And I think it also matters too if you control the trade route, because if you can get like a pretty small trade route and have like 2 trading posts on it, like Mendocino, and get a locomotive on it, yeah, you might be able to completely gut their entire economy with that. But if it's on like a route like this, and you only have 1 trading post on the whole thing, can you really justify doing that instead of getting like XP, or maybe even get a stagecoach for some resources there? I don't think you can. It's just not gonna do you any good. Definitely not. You know? So we got some interesting questions here for Nick. So do you want to stay in age 2 or do you want to go to age 3? Because I think at least you're always going to be at a disadvantage against British now, because now you're dealing with their green jackets, which have 18 range. So do you either want to go for like a stable now, or do you want to just go up to H3 and get bicycle infantry and deal with them that way? You know, bicycle infantry are a counter skirmisher that's mounted, so they have multipliers against skirmish units and all these. But they'll fight relatively well against redcoats in their limited number as well. So yeah, we do see a stable though on the Goimistan side, so maybe we'll see some cherry bums. He did ship about 3 from his home city, it looks like. The cherry bums are basically an inverted cost hussar, so instead of 120 food, they cost 80 food, and then instead of 80 coin, it's 120 coin. Yeah. I believe, too, that they sacrifice some of their hit points compared to hussars as well to have a better movement speed of 7.25. I believe cavalry normally moves at, like 6.75 or something. These guys move at 7.25, so they're a bit more maneuverable than hussars, really. That's the best way you can try to use them, is just get in, snipe a can, and get out. They're not as well built for like longer melee engagements as the hussars will or the lanceros are. Those are definitely more the heavy hitters, but these guys will definitely be good for like sniping individual targets usually. I think in this case though, you might be able to get away with using them in a sustained melee, I guess, or at least to tank some of the bullets so all that green jacket goodness can get down to work. I think so. We'll see, though. We'll see. 700 coin. Definitely good. Grenadier. Line infantry. So, yeah, we got some pretty good setup here, I think. Oh, 5 of them, 5 cherries. That's good. Yeah, I just don't know what Nick's going to do now, because he's dealing with longer range skirms, plus he's got Scout leading the charge here with the cherry bums. He's going right for the base. He's not even playing around. He's going right for the heart. Right the heart of the belly of the beast. I hope he's not thinking... Okay, so he goes up with the academic... The academic age of politician is costs slightly less than other politicians do, so that's the advantage of the academic, basically. It's a nice way for you to get your age up going slightly earlier than you normally would. You know, you got the political exile, which is a copy of the exile prince. It just ages up faster. The academic ages up at the same normal time, but you can get it earlier. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's sort of the difference there. I just don't know if you're Nick, if you really want to engage just yet. Or what are you trying to get? Are you trying to get these? Are you trying to get these? What are you trying to do? I mean, you could try to get some of the Luxembourgish gendarmes here. That might be good. But no, he seems to be going for it right now. And I just don't think you got a lot of army to do, you know? Kind of just throwing your army away when you could get a nice age 3 unit to try to even the odds a bit. Why would you even age up if you knew you weren't even gonna, you know? Yeah, I mean, if you know your opponent's got a bigger army than you, you gotta be skeptical of going up that fast. I mean, you do, but you know what you're going up against there. You're dealing with these longer range skirms and stuff, and now they're even surrounding you too. Yeah, very, very risky business in doing that. You know, you gotta be super careful with how you're setting up your distributions and everything, really. I realistically should have gone to stable at this. Yeah, I was thinking of that. Where's the hussars? Where's the hussars? You know, this would be a great time to have hussars to deal with the green jackets. And I'm like, wait a second, why is there no hussars yet? Yeah. And what else did you write there? You wrote, but I think I tunnel vision out of getting infantry Fs. I do that kind of often. It's not a great habit. Yeah. It's something I've done too historically. I've aged up way earlier than I should, and I got completely roasted by a larger army. You know, it does take time to master, though. You need lot. First of all, you need experience. Experience helps, but you also need to know how to scout too. Scouting and experience combined, and you will know every time when you should age up, basically. Scouting, just so you have the information, then the XP to know, alright, what am I seeing? How big is their army? How big is their economy? When are they likely to age up themselves? And just try to plan that out. While not stopping your own tempo, because you gotta grow your own tempo too. You can't just drop the ball and say, I'm just gonna age up and stop queuing up stuff, because then that whole age up period where you can't ship anything in nice and shiny and squeaky new, you might get destroyed, like what happened here. You got the unit, but you don't have the support, you know? Just like last game, Lily shipping 3 splash assault units into nothing. The only thing that's better this time, I guess, is these are mercenaries. These are Luxembourg mercenaries, so they got the stats of an Imperial Klisser instead of a H3 one, so that's the only thing here is they're just going to last a little longer. Yeah, they're going to get a little more damage out than they did against the Tupi last game, and yeah, that's about it. Good try, though. I mean, Gormistan is a really hard opponent to deal with. I have more experience with him than you do, probably. I could tell you. Gormistan knows his way around build orders, civ features. He knows how to destroy you in ways you never have been before. You know, whereas Cappy is more basic bread and butter musketeer spammer, Gormistan knows how to get creative in how he eats his prey. A lot like Alucard and Louise Kaiser are. So he's another one of those oddballs that really knows how to throw a curve in against you. So you gotta watch out for his civs and his builds and everything, basically. Good one though. I think we got one more game of you, right? This time you'll be going against Uruguayans, alright? Well, I think you're going to play the Uruguayans and he's going to do the British, correct? At least from what I recall, or is it going to be something different? We'll see. Let me pull it up and find out. So, what is this game called? I also wrote this one in too, so I could remember. I think it's called... should be around here. Brit-Yurg. Yeah, so Gormistan probably being the British again, and wololonick picking up the Uruguayans. I think in this matchup, Uruguay should have an easier time, I believe. I think you're going to have an easier time with this civ. At least I believe so. If memory serves me right, you can have an easier time with Uruguayans, but we'll see. Really depends, you know. The thing about Uruguay is they're going to have a much stronger musketeer coming into this fight than you did as Belgium. You know, if you go Arab immigrants in age 2 and you start to train the Gallegos, you're going to have a nice, stronger musket unit to go up against his stuff. But of course, if he goes Green Jackets again, then you got to worry about that. So maybe you go Conscripto Diabo region with the Germans. That's another option. You could do that. I really wouldn't recommend you go Polish with the Danube Legion Grenadiers because that could be a little risky, right, with those longer range skirms, as I said. So either go German set up with the immigrant Uhlans and just add your own Conscriptos, or try to go for Gallegos at the start, and then as you start to see the Green Jackets become a problem, maybe get the stable out and get your Lanceros going. That's what you could do, you know? If you do get a chance to go H3, which I recommend you only do this time if you know you can make it and get some good out of it, go with the French. The Red Devil cavalry of the French immigrants, that's a much stronger Lancero equivalent that you can put into that battle. And you also have some other neat tools too, like the Foreign Legion cavalry, which would be great against the Household Blues. If you're dealing with just a general big army of cavalry, making a few Palatine guards can be good. So The main reason I like going French after Arabs is Uruguay is just because they're giving me 3 more units. You know, the unit value is just really good. It's just really helpful to me. I mean, the techs aren't bad either. I mean, you do get a technology that gives I believe your heavy infantry more damage, right? So that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad deal. That helps out your Gallegos, helps out your Conscriptos, helps out your Pardos, and helps out your Palatine Guards. Yeah, quite good. Quite good stuff, yeah. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I think once they fix the Spanish immigrants, you know, I think we're probably gonna maybe see more of the Polish, you know, because then you'll be able to train Polish immigrants from the barracks. And then you'll be able to ship the Spanish Correos in as the anti-cavalry protection. You know what I mean? Because now that the Correos are stuck in H3, which they weren't supposed to be, now you kind of playing it more the old school way, right? That I wasn't anticipating. But now, yeah, once they get that done, you'll definitely see a lot more Polish, I think, because people want to combine the Danube Legion with the Correos. But I think there's still going to be an argument for Gallegos. You know what I mean? Because as Cappy shows us time and time again, Musketeer gameplay is very hot and spicy, you know? You definitely want to get it. It's muy picante. Gets a lot of work done, you know, because muskets are so versatile. But yeah, if you know you're going up against more of an infantry threat, you'll probably see a lot more Danube Legion combined with the Correos instead of Gallegos in those cases. I don't know how to play Uruguay in my defense. I was trying to pretend to play Portugal. Was it make pretend Portugal Day or something like? That's what little kids do, right? You give them like a box, like a cardboard box, and they say, "Mommy, I'm gonna make a spaceship out of the cardboard box." And you being the mom or dad, you're only hoping that the kid doesn't fall in the box with the lid closes and suffocates in the thing. But if that doesn't happen, yeah, it turns out that boxes do make good rocket ships. So, yeah. I guess what makes it so warped compared to Portugal to Uruguay is the fact that you can only train up to 3 villagers out of each immigrant colony, right? And then you can only get 3 or so more with each age up that you go with that particular one. So, I mean, it's technically Portugal, but not quite. But interestingly, yeah, well, back not too long ago, you actually could garrison the immigrant colonies with their respective workers. But then the devs decided that was way too OP and there was way too much defensive potential in Latin American bases, and they sort of removed that. Now the immigrant workers have to basically house themselves with everybody else, basically, right? Yeah. Not like the USA right now, where they basically stick them inside of school gymnasiums, inside of 4-5-star hotels and stuff. Yeah, we kind of have issues with that, but we're getting it under control. Rest assured. Yep. You know that would be a good Republican campaign slogan. If let's make our immigration like Wars of Liberty. Very useful units you can make for military, good technologies, all that stuff. Yeah, that's what we want our system to be. Really like the Uruguayans with like 1 million colonies, but they're doing stuff, basically. Yeah. German wave. Alright, so probably very petrified of green jackets at this point. So going the more cavalry route. I like it. So, yeah, don't lose the colony if possible. I mean, it's not as bad as other civs, because at least with Uruguay, you can train the units from your military building, so if you do lose the colony, it's not like you're out of the ball game in terms, again, their units, but it would still be useful to keep the colony, because what happened to Uruguay more recently was they set it up so at the military building you train the unit for resources, but at the colony it works the old way, so you send battalions for shipments, so you double dip the chip with immigrants now. They truly really are an immigrant civ now in ways that they weren't before, because before you could only make the immigrants at the colony, and once you lost the colony, then you can no longer make the immigrant. It really was sort of a weird nod to, oh yeah, let's make immigrant units for resources because they much more spammable in the late game than shipments are. But turns out that wasn't really, the best situation. So yeah, definitely a lot better shape now, I think, with the way it's set up. Yeah, definitely. German Mason. These villas are very good for constructing stuff, basically. Yeah. Now, you go with Germans, but you don't get a stable yet? Go barracks first? Okay. I would get the stable first, my man. I would get the stable first. You know why? Because you're going up against Redcoats, buddy. Redcoats, as I said before, don't have any hand resistance. So, if you go in there with like a bunch of Ulons and you outnumber those Redcoats, you're doing full 40-something damage apiece to them, and that's quite big. You could basically one-shot them, basically, with the cavalry. Yeah. I mean, to what degree it's effective, I don't know. I think you're probably going to have to... You probably want to have a little bit of infantry to help them, like Escopetero or something, but you get my idea, right? Like, this is the one civ opportunity you get with, like, Ulons, where the Ulons are just doing hardcore damage against the Redcoats. And yeah, like how many thrusts of the lance would it take to take down the Redcoat in one shot? I'm assuming about I believe 6 or 7, so not a whole lot, but yeah. You just would obviously have to be careful with their low HP, and yeah, I don't know. I don't think you could go full Ulon against these guys, but at least you would know if you had like an army of infantry, you could take the Ulons in and just flank them or something in the back or something and take out a few extra ones for good value. I don't know. It is a little tricky to discern, I guess. I mean, if your Diablos were more Hussar-like, like they were in the old days, I think they probably would have done better, but I don't know. Don't listen to the Glingo. The Glingo doesn't even know at this point. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Okay. So, alright, so you're going musket. That's what you do with Portugal. I get that. And just like Portugal, you're like way behind the Russian opponent. I see that. But you're looking at town center number 2 here and realizing, hey, I can't train anything over it anymore. I got all my bills. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with that is basically these immigrant workers gather slower than normal ones do. They got like one skill, one job they do great at. Like a mason is good at building stuff, a butcher is good at getting meat, a Chinese village is good with natural resources, and so forth and so forth. But yeah, outside of that skill, they are pretty abysmal at doing work. So you gotta keep those vills on the skill that they're best at and try. You know what I mean? Yeah, basically. Escopeteros, good, reasonable choice. Their splash attack will definitely help out a bit. Not enough of them, though. You're just not developed in enough time, I think, to calling out all the firemen. That's the one good thing about the German immigrant houses is you can call out the emergency sort of immigrant minutemen, the firemen, out of each one of them. And then there's even a tech that you can get that will actually allow you to call them out a second time from these houses too. And obviously if these houses do get delayed or anything, then you can call out even more firemen, and even more firemen, and even more firemen, to the point that they'll no longer ever be a fire ever again, you know. But I don't think these are the firemen we know nowadays, you know. The firemen nowadays are big jolly people that know how to cook and get cats out of trees, right? And they do put out fires. But these guys, they actually start fires, because if you look here, 5 siege. So literally them throwing a torch or whatever to take down a building. So they're actually starting fires, and then I guess the fireman part is the fact that they know how to fire a firearm. So that's the fire part at their enemies. Yeah, so that's definitely an interesting concept. Imagine having a fire at the house or whatever, and all these guys with their little helmets come out and start shooting at the fire with their bullets, like trying to put it out like it's an enemy unit or something. Now that would be kind of weird. Have a weird experience. Alright, so now looks like Gomastan's going to come in for another swoop with his red coats and green jackets. Also, what is Gomastan? So he's going to play it similarly to the last game and just get a lot of green jackets, I guess. And then eventually he's probably going to ship in the cherry bums too. Yeah, don't lose that colony if you can afford it. Sadly, because you got so many firemen, as soon as they get hit with one bullet, now they're just going to drop instantly. Yeah, that's the sad part of being an emergency unit is after so many seconds they lose their HP, and then when they do engage in the fight, they're going down in one hit. And you get a huge batch of firemen out of the colony there, right? Oh wow, look at that. Not bad at all. Alright, so you get to live a little bit longer, I guess. Yeah, a little bit longer. Try to get as many of these infantry as you can. That's going to be recommended because he's going to come back harder next time and with some cavalry. So you best wipe out as many of these infantry as you can in this battle. Yep, or not. That's fine. I mean, I think it would be a bit better if the British had grenadiers still, but they don't. They don't have grenadiers anymore, basically. So, yeah, sadly you don't get to really use the firemen for anything really extraordinary against the British, unless they're making artillery. Well, no, they're not naval infantry. They don't have multipliers against artillery now. They just have multipliers against siege units for the siege aspect. Yeah, so Lily only sits with like grenadiers or sappers or something is where the men are going to be really top notch against, really. Yeah, and here comes those cherry bumps. Conscripto. I see what you mean with the Portugal thing, though. This is totally the way I would play Portugal, but not the way I would play Uruguay. Definitely not. Because most of the time with Uruguay, you're going for the immigrant units. You're not even making conscriptos and stuff. Sort of like the Pardos and conscriptos and everything are supposed to be like support options. You're not really supposed to be making that your main army. And I think Maston made that pretty clear to me when he was designing, or I guess reworking the Civ, was, yeah, we want people to clearly be gravitating towards immigrant units with the Civ. We don't want them using the common stuff. You can have all the cards still that upgrades the common stuff, but if you stick to the common stuff, you're probably going to be behind. That's sort of the theme they were trying to throw at you with, basically. And that's why there's some pretty key units from the Latin American roster that are missing from Uruguay, like Escoltas, like Vivanderas, like Mechateros. You only got some of the units, right? You got the Pardo, Conscripto, Esco, and then the Lancero, and then, of course, your unique Dragoon units. But that's it, right? No assault, no late-game skirmish. And that's where you're supposed to look at your immigrant colonies and say, all right, which immigrants do I want to use to make up for these lack of units that I got? And a lot of the time, at least what I find the best way to do is go Arab, French, and then CSA. But you might want to go German, Scandinavian, Italian, or something crazy like that. Or Irish. You know, there's other combos you can do too that are rarely used that you can go with. It's just that they're going to be a bit different and might not be as effective, basically. You get the idea, right? Yeah, basically. Just don't play Uruguay like the Portuguese kids or you will lose. You will get humbled. Guaranteed. Alright, so now we're done with the wololonick stuff for now, and then we're gonna... Which one are we going into next? So I think we're looking at a Gilder one next. So a bit of a different player set here. Let's go to Rec Games. See what that one's called. So it is called Belgium versus Russia and Paraguay AI. So this is a bit of an interesting, unique treat for us today. Normally, we're used to watching people play against humans, right? Humans versus humans. But now, Gilder decided, why don't I try to beat the machine and be the rage against the machine, you know, and fight the machines, basically. Fight multiple AI opponents. So he's going to try Belgium versus Russia and a Paraguay AI. Two AIs notorious for spamming lots of stuff very quickly because of their civ designs. Where most of our attention is going to be on the human, we really don't want to pay attention to the AI because the AI is the AI, right? It's a robot basically, so you don't want to pay too much attention to him. Pretty much. Why is the game so slow? Why is the game this slow? Is there any reason for that? Why it's lagging like this? When you're going up... Oh, because AIs cause a lot of lag. Alright. So what we're probably going to do is, because of how slow this is, we're going to put it on fast speed. Oh, fast speed is actually normal speed. Who would figure that? When you play against laggy AIs, putting the game on play fast actually puts it in normal speed. Yeah. It's reminding me of when I do production for the ESOC tournaments on Definitive Edition. And there's all that record game lag, basically. You know, you're trying to get through the thing and it like gets super sluggish, and you got like the casters like Lionheart and stuff going, Stelezzi, why is it lagging like this? Do something. Because all the players start yelling in the chat, boo, this is so slow, no! I don't want to watch this. Because it's like the villager is practically like doing like a little bit of a dance, basically, because it's barely even moving at all. When it's on the ground trying to eat the bison or whatever, yeah. But thankfully in old school AoE 3 we have a solution, and just putting the play fast button on will speed things up a bit, which is great. Is it really moving at normal game speed, or is it just slightly... I'm imagining it's going to be... No, it looks like it's moving at normal speed, which is kind of interesting, yeah. Kind of weird how that works, yeah. Definitely. So, what is Belgium actually going to do against these bots? What's the build? So, we see fortified trading posts. This is probably going to be a really important one here. This basically allows your trading posts to turn into mini forts, because you'll actually start to be able to shoot cannonballs from them. Obviously doing crush and splash, which is pretty strong. Oh, and running it with Congo expansion. All your readouts do a one-time muster of a frontier wagon. Okay, now I understand what he's doing here. He's probably going to get a couple of towers out with... Okay, alright, I see. He might go with the Statesman, you know. I'm thinking maybe he goes the Statesman here. He has one outpost. Oh, he did get a trading post, though. So what he's probably going to do is he's going to go up with the Statesman. And he's going to get an outpost. And then from that, he can... I don't know. No, actually, that sounds like a bad idea. Don't do it, brother. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. But, yeah. I was going to say, maybe he's trying to get two wagons. Because if you go the Statesman as Belgium... One wagon is a real frontier wagon that you can do anything with, and then the other one's literally just like an outpost wagon that you could just make an outpost with. And then I did the math in my head, and I figured out, hey, if he gets like a train post down there and just sends Congo expansion, then he's just getting one wagon, which is literally worth like 200 wood, so that would be a horrible idea. Yeah. Yep. So I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I definitely think taking the trade route is going to be a must. Getting this on it, and then just getting a bunch of towers with this. You also have the option of extensive fortifications as Belgium, which means you could potentially multiply the number of outposts you have on the map very quickly. Sending this first, and then this afterwards. Even has stonemasons to allow them to construct faster too. Yeah, so very interesting setup he's got here. In terms of everything else, though, he's got his factory. He's got Solvay Conference. Now, this is a card we don't always see. Basically allows you to make improvements research instantly. All technologies will research instantly after this card is sent. Now, I don't know why he needs his cards and text to research instantly, but maybe he's onto something. Who knows? Also including the heavy fortifications. So all those outposts he does have on the map, he's going to be able to turn them into the fully upgraded ones instantaneously upon reaching age 4. Really liking how this one's going to turn out. So we do need to keep in mind, though, that he is going up against bots. And as you know, bots battle a lot different than human players do. Bots are going to focus a lot on an early army, usually getting a couple of units from either just a shipment or maybe training some from a military building and then using them to follow the explorer around a bit. And then after that, they sort of build up in their base and then they attack you, really, after that. Looks like Gilder is taking the initiative, getting the barracks in the middle of the base. Got 2 barracks. He's building a redoubt there, too. Alright. So, yeah. He went with the quartermaster. What? Yeah, he went with the quartermaster. I see the wood cords there. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's better. It's better to do that. I do not need gold to finish you off. Well, that's good because there's no gold on this map. There's only silver. So, thankfully, you didn't need gold to do that because there's no gold here at all. Like, at all. Oh, he's going to start pressuring the bots from the get-go with the line infantry. That's very smart. You really don't want 2 fully powered bots going up against you. Looks like the other one's going to start sending Cossacks your way, though, so be careful with that. That could be a bit of a problem there. Yep, shipping in about 6 more line infantry. Keep them around the town center to maybe... No, they're just treasure hunting right now, actually, so don't worry too much about that. Moving some Pardos forward, I guess, to maybe attack them. These are pikemen, though, so they should be an easy one to defend against. Up, going here now. You're being attacked by Cossacks. Shouldn't be a big deal. They're going to the Explorer to help them get treasures right now, so they could probably just be ignored where they are right now. So the bot does use the infinite works wagon. Oh, he got bakeries. I see he's got food works here, and they got another one. So the bots actually do know how to use the immigrant colonies, which is pretty cool. Alright, so, yeah. Basically attacking those settlers there. Got more line infantry there. So, yeah, you're just spamming line infantry, I guess, to try to overpower the 2 bots and keep them down. Don't really see too much of a fault with that strategy. That's probably the best one to do at this point. Because once these bots become fully charged, then it's going to be nigh impossible to deal with, right? Because obviously they're going to be fully upgraded, and boy, you're going to have some problems, right? Yeah, basically. You know what I should do? I should do a War of the Triple Alliance comp stomp. That would be fun. Like, I play as Paraguay, and I have to take out Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. The Uruguay bot is actually kind of dumb, though. The Uruguay bot is kind of low IQ and stuff, so I don't know if that'd be good. Definitely the Brazil and Arg AIs I think are pretty solid, but the Uruguay one is a little bit special. He's special, you know. He knows how to make nice drawings for mommy to put on the fridge, but that's about it. In terms of being a general, not so much. Alright, so from here, just spamming out the line infantry, it looks like. Yep, basically. It's slightly slower than normal speed, it seems, but barely. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't think we want to sit here for like 3 hours waiting for, you know, like a 5-hour comp stomp in super slow motion. People would start, you know, sleeping and stuff. Like that, basically. Yeah, it wouldn't be good. Definitely not. So yeah, just spamming out the line infantry, I guess. That's good. Watch out for that. I guess that's why you got the outposts there, right? To sort of cut through a lot of the shock units and give you enough time to go back and deal with them. You're holding on. I mean, you got most of the HP on them, which is good.
Yeah.
How many vills? So you're on about 24 vills. Okay. Got some Cantonists there too. Bit of skirmish, so watch out for that. There you go. Oh, he's Paraguay shipped in some Guarani Catechumen. These are basically native skirms that have a slowdown aura, basically the Duca Suffering negative aura on them to slow down your units when they're nearby. So yep, I think you should be able to handle them since they're by themselves now, so it should be a pretty easy one to do there. There you get that. There. And then get those ones. Oh, and you're still using line infantry to attack the... over there. That's pretty neat. Yeah.
Commando.
Wow, good pressure. Taking out an immigrant colony, that stings. Probably the AI would start screaming at you for doing that if you know what you just did. Making some Juanitas Bonitas to try to keep your line infantry out. Take out a foundry. Yeah, you're putting... Gildu's able to put some nice pressure on these bots. Keep them at bay, you know what I mean? I'm guessing you're going for like reasonable probably eco of like, I don't know, like 40 bills and then start to age up and get veteran and everything. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, playing it very carefully, I see. Also see Gilder is holding on to 3 shipments. He's not sending anything. Yeah, I guess he doesn't really have much useful stuff to send. Oh, he's put a fort right there. Look at that sneaky dog, sticking it right there in the middle. Kind of split you in half. I see you're still in the previous age for me. Have you ever even discovered gunpowder yet? Yeah, I mean he's got line infantry. I definitely think he has gunpowder. Unless it was spear infantry, then yeah, I'd question it. So what now? You're basically going to try to pressure the Russia. You know, the Russia's going to try to hit you from behind now because you're going towards his base. He's got Dragoons and he's got Cossacks. So watch out for that one. Well, you don't have to worry about the Dragoons because you got no assault units. They're kind of useless dud in this fight, but still should be wary of them. And then Paraguay's coming to help out with... Oh, yep, the AI does know how to make immigrant battalions from the colony, which is awesome. Making some of the Legionnaire cavalry. And still train some stuff too. Yep. Very nice. And eventually, yep, growing some more units as well. Yeah. Start sieging some of these works buildings. Good. Way to contain them. Getting ready to get a fort now too, which is very useful. Surprised you didn't get cash fermentation though, so you could get a second fort and build future ones in case one of yours falls down. Because you might need that defense against 2 bots because you just don't know how their pathing is going to work here. Yep, again the fort right there. Line infantry are now veterans, so they got a little more resistance on them now. It's great. Should be able to clean that up pretty quickly, right? Yep. Now that you got a fort there, it's going to be a lot harder for these bots to really get on top of you. Oh, looks like Russia's sending Plastunis on you now. Big army of Plastunis. These are assault units. Basically the way these work is they have a charged attack that does one splash of more damage, and then after that they turn to like a weak assault unit, basically that does damage against one thing only. Got some petards. Ooh, petards with line infantry, that's pretty creative because the AIs might not be able to keep up with the siege as much, so that's good. Both play Barrett. Yeah, that's right, Redcoat. That's right. a couple of artificial intelligence pieces actually performs better than Lars. They, you know what? You just discovered the theory of the modern political spectrum, I think. So basically, what they're trying to do in America, I think, is get everybody so stoned that they can replace them with AI. That's what it's about. They're basically going to try to turn all the American workers into Lars, so that the employers will want to take the AI over Lars, basically. So that's what it is. Yeah, exactly. You figured it out, because it's pretty bad when you play at such a reduced level that the AIs are starting to use better tactics than you are. That is a good point, though. I didn't even think of that. Like, yeah. I mean, I think Gilder might be able to take on 7 Lars at the same time. 7 Lars. We should do that. We should, like, take Lars, stick them in a cloning machine, get 7 Lars, give them their brownies, give them their gummy bears, and have all 7 of them battle off against Gilder and see if they can win or not. Do you think 7 Lars could win against Gilder, or maybe not? It's a really good point, actually. One worth looking into, actually. Yeah, I'd definitely look into that. Seeing if you could take 7 Lars and beat 1 Gilder with it. Or 1 Cappy, for that matter. That would be fun. Infantry combat. Getting the stats up on them. Yep, you got Advanced Arsenal. I was looking at that. So I know you got, like, full stat potential on these things. Got some of the militaries now to do some rapid fire protection there against the infantry. Oh, making some of the ski troopers too. Yeah, this AI really likes the immigrant units, which is phenomenal. Making good use of them, actually. Now it's getting a bit more dicey, so you're going to have to prepare yourself a little bit more here. I like how the bot still considers this his fort, even though the fort is gone. Yeah, just because it's a blockhouse and stable there, the bot will actually defend it as its territory. Yeah, these bots definitely fight better than Lars does. Sort of seeing that right now. Petards. Yep, 1 more and you could have gotten that barracks down. Now, question is, what age do you actually beat 2 bots in? Do you do an industrial, imperial, or even Great War age? Like, what's the viable way of getting that going? We'll see, though. Should be... I see how the fort's helping you pressure here just by hitting the villagers, which is smart. Yeah. So what's even the res on the... Oh, the bot? Bot's got some reasonable eco, yeah. This one has a lot of eco. Ah, interesting. The bots research other techs, too. That's pretty cool. Shipping in about 8 Oplarshooks. These are basically native warriors now. They used to be immigrant units not too long ago under the Ukrainian immigrants banner. Now they're just a native that only certain civs can ship in. Yep, got the town center down, which is good. Paraguay trying to put their barracks out here, not too smart. Oh, putting the town center down at this spot. You have to keep your bills safe, though, because Cossacks are going to basically come climbing in over there. Send the Minutemen out, try to clean up all those Cossacks. There's the Oplarshooks. Basically native pikemen. A little bit more damage. Oh, a lot more damage actually. 27. Not bad. Alright, I think he cleaned that side up pretty good. What now? Now you got to basically go back and make sure the Paraguay's not growing too much. Oh god, look at that. Paraguay's really growing their immigrant army. They got ski troopers and they got legionnaire cavalry. That is not good. That's not good at all for you. Does Paraguay have the heavy works? They don't. Why don't you give them the heavy works? That could make them into a real formidable threat. That's like literally a free unit they don't even have to manage. It just comes out for free and the rest is history. Maybe the bot doesn't know how to place a heavy works. Maybe that's why. Like how the bot just totally ignores the stuff shooting at them and they just try to torch the building. Making it so much easier for Gilder. Because imagine if they were fighting him head on. He actually had to deal with them shooting at him and stuff. Like guard skirms with like 50% armor and like mounted dragoons with anti-heavy. That would be serious, you know. No, they're just focused on the sieging part. It's kind of like that trick you use against AI where you put a bunch of wall pieces in front of the bot and they try to go after the wall pieces instead of going after you. Yeah, that's like a trick as old as time when doing a comp swap. It'd be good when you finally get the stable down so the AI stops trying to go over there, basically. Ooh, bounty mutineers actually making some mercenaries. That's cool. These guys actually deal really good stats, you know. I mean, look. Pretty good stats, yeah. Yeah, big time. Why is that guy still... should be eliminated by now, don't you think? There you go. What does this tech do? Scandinavian fleet. He's sending Scandinavian fleet on a land map? Okay, this might not... Lars might be smart enough not to do that, maybe. I think our Lars can do better than that. Sending a naval shipment on a land map. And that one was definitely like a Lars choice right there. Like the brownies and the gummy bears taking over the mind, basically. Got some more Mia Toulouse. I'm assuming soon you're going to get the guard upgrades, right? You're going to get the guard Montigny, Montilus, and guard line infantry. These enemies are becoming pretty numerous now, so it's gonna be an oh no! Doggo! Bad doggo! Coyote's trying to attack the Mia Toulouse. Isn't that always convenient when Mother Nature decides to step in at the wrong time? And one of them's still around too, so yeah. Hey, if you can eliminate that last one, you can get a free settler there, which would be great. Might be able to use it for something. And you gotta take out that stable, my friend, because he's gonna just he's trying to do with the petards right now. Ooh, there you go. Alright, that's gone now. So you don't have to worry about the bot trying to claim that as his territory anymore, which is great. Yeah, bot with some veteran stuff here, trying to hang around that area. Yeah. I mean, in general, well, the bots actually have more score than you. Talking about Gilder, yeah. Gilder is falling a bit behind there. I think he's going to make up for it once he gets his defenses down, probably. Yeah. Still, I don't know what the Solvay conference was all about there. I have no idea what you're playing with that one. No clue, actually. I think if it was like an earlier card, maybe I would consider Solvay Conference. But age 4, send something like that, probably not up my alley at that point to do. Honestly. Yep, start running down those settlers there. Another one. Oh wow, look at that. Good for you. Oh no, now he sent the Pavlovsky Grenadiers in now. That's unfortunate. A bunch of veteran Grenadiers, and then probably he's going to send the Chevalier Guard Cuirassiers after that, I'm assuming. Usually that's what a bot does when they send a Royal Decree. They go like stir crazy and get all the special units right away. Heroic artisanal cannon. As you know, AIs just love artillery pieces. Why does this AI only have like 70 population space? The AI just has so many resources could be used and isn't even like using them. It makes like no sense at all. Like he could like go to Imperial Age now. Why is he trying to send this in again? He's trying to send this Scandinavian fleet thing. It's like, what are you doing, man? Get some population. Bot is like stunting himself. This is literally Lars, like not even building houses or anything. Oh yeah, big time. Russian bot though, the Russian bot's like producing reasonably. Too bad that the Latin Americans don't get something like the immigration technology, though, in the Imperial Age to catch up. Make it a bit more formidable there. Alright, now you're starting to lose some stuff here, some infrastructure, so you're going to have to come up with a little bit of tactics here. Getting a big massive veteran dragoons, some maneuver. What's the assault exactly that you're worried about besides, like, maybe some of the Primero de Niñe? I don't know. Like I don't know why you're going maneuver. What's even the point of maneuver at the... Oh, for the kiting. Alright. That's fair. I mean, a lot of stuff you are dealing with is low HP, so I guess you can try to kite it. Oh, like it's cavalry. Alright. Yeah, you're getting some done. I probably wouldn't use Belgium to go up against 2 AIs, though, just saying. I'd probably use Paraguay. That could be an interesting challenge there, yeah. That one's worth looking into, perhaps. Mayhaps, yeah. Okay, you're going into the... This reminds me of the game, the Civ overview I did for Morocco a couple of nights ago. Remember that? When I was like literally using the Camel Grenadiers to get chased by a bunch of Spanish pikemen and stuff. Literally what I'm like seeing here right now with you. Yeah. With Gilder if he's here. Yeah. Oh, Russia's got veteran Persians now. I trust... I just rolled right over them. Ha! Yeah, try to protect the fort if you can. Fort's going to be really essential to you. But, oh no, he's going into that deadly wombo combo with pikemen and Cossacks now. This is going to be scary. You know. Yeah, basically, the old Russian AI in the Legacy game wouldn't have pikemen, so it wouldn't be spamming them. But as you know, AIs just love the pikeman unit a lot. Probably because of all the mounted units he's seeing, and that's why he's just sending in waves of partisans, which is pretty fair, you know. Russia does get the ability to make Royal Guard pikemen, the Opel Shennons, So that's probably why he's doing that, just so he can stack a bunch of Royal Guard pikes down, start sieging stuff. Does the Russian have like ransack or anything? No, nothing like that. Sending in Kambarans as well. That'll only be useful if Gilder does any sort of elephants. Puts any elephants in the room. Pikemen seem to be pressuring the cannons pretty well, so you might have to watch out for that. More Cossacks. I'm surprised this part hasn't gone to like Imperial Age yet, because like stacking so many resources over there. Yeah, it's kind of insane actually. There's not, you know. He's trying to send the water cart on the land map, which is totally weird, totally strange. Up here's the Kabarans. These are mercenary cab archers, so similar to the Manchu. They got a melee attack that has splash. So maybe mercenary old Gungo cavalry. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, basically. No, they basically be like mercenary Scots Greys, wouldn't they? Because they have splash attack too in melee. That's right, because he has a straight sword. Right now I'm starting to see what you're doing there against Russia. Starting to slowly siege your way in with the machine guns and just have like enough infantry mass to guard against whatever the bots try to resist with. Yeah, like if Paraguay decided to build some houses or something, I think they'd probably be a much more dangerous threat at this point. Just saying. Basically. I find it interesting the bot just refuses to go to Imperial Age though with the surplus of resources. Yeah, definitely. I'm assuming it's going to do some sort of immigrant battalion as well. Just spamming artisanal cans at this point. Yeah, I guess so. Some artillery. Yep, set your machine guns up there and start shelling into the structures, yep. Perfecto, see. Slowly but surely starting to crush through the buildings. And the world may never know why Paraguay hasn't built about 13 more houses. Where's Russia? It looks, yeah, like Russia's literally bleeding through his stuff trying to defend here. Oh, here's the Kloniks, yeah. Kloniks. These are basically Oppressioniks. Look at the one pikeman that could trying to take out the machine gun. Be kind of insane if they actually took out some of them. They might. Oh wow, does take out one. Imagine your artillery getting carried by pikemen. That's something different. Veteran platoon, so actually upgrading them a bit now too. Were those shipped or what? Yeah, I shipped those in, it looks like. Going into charge against the Dragoons now. I think Russia should be down pretty soon. Paraguay is going to be very easy because he's literally stunting his growth without the houses there. It's funny how the AIs are literally talking to each other even though they don't even know how to actually type to each other. Just looking at what we got next after this one. So we got about 5 Cappy games, and then we got one zinger of the last one that we'll do that's an hour and a half long, like the thumbnail says. And we should be good after that, yeah. Yep, start pushing in on them now, yeah. Oh, well, yep, get those artillery there, yeah. Yep. Interesting how you're going for the machine, the Minotaurs, and not like mortars or something. Assuming mortars would blast the things a bit quicker, yeah. Should have just crushed the Paraguayans first because they're not rebuilding their houses and then go after the Russians. I can see why you want to deal with the Russians because they're just massing up stuff a lot more there. Yeah. And actually doing their job as an AI. Don't the AIs normally supposed to change their stuff to heavy cannons at this stage? I thought they were supposed to. Alright, so now looks like you're going back towards the fort to tank a bit. The AI is coming towards you with some artillery, some pikes, some Cossacks, and some mercenaries. So you're going to want to deal with that appropriately. Looks like, yep. Yep, take out some of those. There you go. Even more Cossacks there, yep. What about Paraguay? What's Paraguay even doing? Like, the man hasn't even built one casa yet. I don't know why he hasn't gone to like Imperial Age. That maybe the AI scripters should look at that. Like, AI should really be going to Imperial Age if he's flowing that many resources. That's a lot of. That might be enough to actually go to Great War Age, you know? Considering how much stuff Gilder is losing constantly. That bot could already be in World War I now, pumping out tanks and soldiers and rifle grenadiers and stuff and completely tipping the scales against Gilder. But no, just sitting there, not really doing anything to build a bigger army. Because here's the thing, like 70 pop, that's like only like 30 units or something. You could be getting like 200 pops, so you can have like a whole like army to actually go after Gilda with there. Because now Gilda's just going to wipe out the Russian bot, and then the Paraguayan bot's going to be like nothing and just like fall flat down right after that, basically. Yeah. Yep, doing a good job with the kiting, actually, taking out a lot of those Cossacks there. Yep, so you're probably going to want to go back in this direction. Yeah, try to take out the native side. Native side you can eliminate pretty easily, right? Yeah? No TC for Paraguay. Apparently it got stuck after I destroyed it. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Wow, that's crazy. It's absolutely insane. So wait a second. How did the AI get a foundation for a heavy machinery, even though he doesn't even have the card in his deck? How did he get this? It's like the bot cheating or something with extra buildings or something. Yeah, that's interesting. Quite interesting, actually. I don't know about that one. Quite strange, actually. Yep, start showing away at those. Perfecto, see? Oh, good one. Perfecto, yeah. Here's the Cuirassiers. Here's the Cuirassier mass, yeah. Chevalier Guard, yeah. Save that one to the very end, I guess, yeah. Probably surprised Gilder quite a bit when he saw that. Going to Imperial now. The manufacturing owner. Yeah, believe it or not, you don't actually get your second factory unless you get this politician here for the Imperial Age. Used to be an Industrial Age politician, you used to be able to have like 2 factories. Yeah, very strange, isn't it? Yeah. Still queuing in more line infantry, right? Yep. Yep, just siege your way into those buildings now, yep. Oh, I see what happened now. Yeah, he doesn't have any bills. That's right. Yeah. That did have a Koigwa, though. I'm surprised that Koigwa didn't rebuild the town center. So that's what the AI's bills are supposed to be doing. Supposed to be rebuilding the TC, but... Yeah, maybe the AI... Where's Paraguay's AI Explorer? Right there. Where's the R one at? Yeah, maybe it's a weird AI thing where it has to use the Explorer to build the TC and the code. It won't know how to do it with the bill. Because if you didn't know, basically Wars of Liberty sort of went the definitive edition route and allowing villagers to build town centers just like the Explorer can. Instead of making that an Explorer exclusive thing, basically. This bot is still trying to get Scandinavian fleet on a land map with no water. I don't know why the bot keeps trying to do that. It's like, really? Why would you do that? Yeah, I mean, imagine if Paraguay did not lose their TC. That would be pretty scary, actually, having like a full-powered Paraguay coming after you, too. Yeah, it would have been a pretty interesting battle, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Definitely on that front. There. Yep. Alright, that was pretty fun, but now back to human battles between human players. In particular, I think it's a series between Cappy and Kazan, and then one more game with Cappy after that. And then we'll go into the big mega showdown. I believe it'll be Nick and Varingo. We'll see, though. Alright, so what's this first one called between Cappy and Kazan? Does he name them similarly or what? Let me check. So it will be called Batalla versus Kazan 1. Oh, so he kept the names organized for us. That's really smart. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything's in fours. Like, first we had the Goimistan Tupi series, it was 4, and now we have a Cappy versus Kazan series, which is 4 matches. So yeah, this should be a good fight. I mean, they're both players are very seasoned and experienced in the game. So with I think Cappy is clearly the most skilled, but maybe Kazan. I think Kazan has done a few upsets before against Cappy, so we'll see. Cappy playing Canada, and Kazan is playing Gran Colombia. Right, Gran Colombia Kazan. That's something we've seen from him in the Liga. The Chorizo Zalate Liga, in fact, so it's definitely a civ he knows pretty well, and I think he's even won a few times with, if I'm correct. Might have to look back a bit in my older tournament uploads and streams, but yeah, I think he's won a few times with Gran Colombia, is that right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to check on that in a bit, but anyways, Gran Colombia, very flexible civ, you know. I mean, it's literally the civ that Iron Kaiser just used like a number of days ago when showcasing the mod to many of his subscribers. So, yeah, the civ does draw in a lot of people. General, it's really a question of if you want more immigrants or you want more of your ultimate units in the late game. But in the early game, the biggest thing is that they can build tents. You know, buildings that cost half the wood but have half the HP. And can be constructed by your infantry and your cavalry, actually. So everything can build it. Yeah. So I don't know if Kazan's going to do any sneaky tent stuff today, but we'll have to see, perhaps, what his tactics are here. Should be fun either way. So we'll find out what's going on in a bit. But, Well, I know what Cappy's going to do. Cappy is going to go Cabaqua, and he's going to go Trupa Diamani. That's an obvious one. Like, if you see anyone go with foot guard, they're probably Lars or something. Like, they're probably eating the wrong type of brownies and gummy bears if that happens. So, yeah. General rule of thumb in Canada, go Cabaqua, Trupa Diamani, and then from that point, it can branch off a bit, right? You can either go Fencible if you want long range. You can go Metis if you want more stats. You can go Mountie if you want maneuver. If you want more of a stronger scout, you can go with the Cabaquas again. And then from there, either Black Watch or Voltigouard du Quebec. I think most people like just Voltigouard du Quebec, but I don't mind the Black Watch, honestly, either. I think the Black Watch can be good, too. I just wish the Black Watch had some more melee on it, like a lot more melee, to sort of set it apart from the Voltigouard du Quebec, and it could actually, like, tank a lot more, you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, basically. AIs are really bad losers. Didn't type. Yep. Did you notice that? They even say GG well played to Gilder. That was very unsportsmanlike. Like, they should get disqualified from the next championship next year for that, man. You got to say GG well played when you're an AI. If you're not, you're just a sourpuss that's not being a good sport. And that's not right, man. Means that they're very salty about this game, Those AIs, they probably, that's probably all they got. No wife, no kids, no house, living in mommy's basement eating Totino's pizza rolls. And that's why the AIs are so salty when they lose a 2v1 against Gilder. That's the guarantee of the issue there, basically. Pretty much, yeah. The Panamanian Contrabandists. So going more the Panamanian route. Cappy, which one is he going for? He's going for Louis Joseph of Montcalm. Alright. Getting the Virgin Forest because I don't know if you're a virgin, but you like the Virgin Forest, and that's probably where the virgins hang out. So take it where you will, I guess. The forest without Juanitas Bonitas, I guess, is a better term, maybe. Now, I don't know how Kazan's going to go about this. Like, is he going to go forward tent? These are hurtables, right? Yeah, I was just making sure those weren't tents anywhere. Oh, no, you're going to lose your Explorer. That's not good. Kind of need him to construct the tents at the start, because if you lose him, then you basically have to get like a real barracks first and then start going forward with your conscriptos or whatever and build the rest of them. Yeah, so see, he's even going to take his fur traders and try to finish off this guy too, because he knows if he can like take out the Explorer, that's one less forward base builder he has to worry about there. So that's why he's doing that piece. Yep, so now it looks like, about 4 silver coin crates with the first contrabandist there, perfecto. So what's the overarching strategy going to be? Oh, you're putting Juana on the front lines. Poor Juana. Muy guapa. Might get completely wiped out now. I'm assuming he's gonna go Moschatero or Escopetero or Pardo. My reasoning is the fact that Virgin Forest was sent, which is a wood chopping improvement card. Something's might be brewing regarding the wood. Oh, even picking up wooden structures. See that from the market? That's another wood chopping upgrade right there. So, I mean, play more the Peru way, I guess, with, like the pike and shot and Moschatero type stuff. Yep, Moschatero. Honestly, a good choice against Canada because, yeah, they're going up against the Voltaquire Duke. No, not the Voltaquire Quebec. Thank God you don't have to deal from that early, but the Troupe Marines, right? Yeah, so since the troop. One thing you gotta know about Troupe Marines is they're one of the only skirmisher units left in the game that has a malice against all shock units, not just scout or assault, like all of them. Even the dragoons and mounted skirms. It's like a weird thing about them, you know. So yeah, basically these Moucheteros will be have a little bit of protection from the bullets of the Troupe Marines, and they might actually get up close, get their splash attack going, and be able to actually really pressure down on them too. So we'll see if that actually ends up happening or not. So barracks is up. Cappy is training, it looks like. He can queue up another one, right? Well, he's going to need a log cabin to get another batch. He's going to get that delivered with the wood, right? Yeah. Only 2 Moucheteros? You could have gotten another one, I think. Oh, yeah, just to get the Explorer, I guess. Yeah. Yep, get another one there. And then you can start queuing in another Mouchetero, yep.
Patron.
I'm assuming you're getting the German colony now, the Colonia Tovar card, just so you can get some of the Uhlans. You know, the Diabo Legion, yeah. The Bataillon Diabos. On the Ville. Get the Ville, and then, yeah, just back out. You gets away with all 6 of them alive at some capacity.
Jefe?
Yeah, you could just stack these. Could stack these on the Troupe Marines. Good thing about these is they're assault, so they have the hand armor, so if Cappy does decide to go Spontooner at all with them, he is going to actually be able to, you know, overrun those a bit as well. Yeah, so I mean, I think assault is indeed the pathway you want to go with that, just about. Yep, just go up that way and get out of there.
Oui.
Where's the other? Yep. Don't split up. Don't do the banana split and split up your stuff. That's gonna cost you quite a bit. Doing the Tupi Archer natives with the Moucheteros. Now that's something I didn't. But why the conscriptos though? What's up with the conscriptos? Like, what was the point of that? Should have just went full assault though. Just saying. Should have just went full assault there. Why digging into the heavy infantry if you know light cav were probably not coming on the way anytime soon? Not light cav isn't like dragoons, but actual light cav. Like, yeah, the Anglophone culture literally has some hand cav called the light cav, even though it's not even considered light cav, which makes like no sense, right? But it's the way it's designed. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I'll say. Yeah, I think at this point you're just outnumbered. You're not going to be able to do much in this situation. Alright. That was a good first one. I wonder what's going to happen in the second match now. Yeah, now, May Wars is something we don't always see from players. I am impressed by the fact that Kazan actually was willing to try to go the day of Road 2, but maybe something that messed him up was not being able to get down to tent barracks. Like, yeah, Lily had to spend another 100 wood into a real barracks, and that might have, stirred up the pot as well, I guess. Yeah. Maybe with a bit more assault, could have actually overpowered the spearman and went right for the... Yeah, I think so, maybe. But anyways, Canada's a very high tier civ. All things considered, it's like an A tier civ, hands down. Yeah, it's very hard to beat Canada at all in a multiplayer 1v1. Less than also in a team game, because it's a support civ that has a lot of team cards. So I mean, Canada works good across the board. I sometimes wonder why I don't even put them into the S tier category. I think the reason why I don't put them in S tier is probably because, they're really forced into one unit option. Yeah, that's kind of why. Because if they had like a better foot guard that actually did something a bit more, maybe I would consider like low S tier. Maybe. But yeah, they clearly have a bit of flaws there, just having like one path in the early game. Definitely. What now? Nope, not that. Record games. Going to the next one now. Battaglia. Right here, this one. So Cappy's playing another signature civ of his, Japan now. And Kazan is doing Gran Colombia again. So he thinks he might be able to pull one off against Japan. Now, from a tier listing POV point of view, I think if you couldn't deal with Canada as Gran Colombia, you're definitely not going to be able to deal with Japan. We definitely have Japan seated as, like an S tier civ, right? Yeah, I think so. I think we have Japan as an S tier civ. Let me check the tier list we did. Got it right here, actually. Let me check it out in downloads and look at it. Figure that out. Yeah, I mean, no, we put Japan in the A tier, actually, beneath Canada. Oh, okay. So maybe it is an even shot. Yeah. I remember last time, though, I remember putting Japan in the, S tier, oh yeah, they're such a wonderful, wonderful civ. It's probably because I'm used to so many skilled players using Japan over the years and seeing it be abused so many times by people that I just think, oh yeah, that makes them an S tier civ. No, it doesn't. Just because good people use it doesn't mean that it makes it a good civ, but it is a good civ, yeah. Whereas Gran Colombia, more of run-of-the-mill, middle road civ, And we don't see a lot of people use Colombia either. Cappy used it once against Jesus Cristo in the match, and I'm surprised Cappy lost, but because he ran out of resources with the Llaneros, I think he burned out his stuff and got defeated there, yeah. Kind of expecting a much different battle this time, though, because basically Kazan's going to have to play this from a much different angle. You're not going to be able to just go with Mushateros against Japan, because Japan has the Shiguma musketeer, right? It is a faster musketeer. As you know, most musketeers in line infantry have a movement speed of like 4, right? Now the Shiguma, like a 4.5, right? It's like 4.5 or something like that. It's definitely faster than a normal musket. It's able to like go in and out, in and out. Like if you go with a few Musketeros against Shigumas, they'll be able to kite them very easily, which won't be good. So probably gonna have to go more of the Conscripto route, maybe with Artisanal, maybe with Escopetero. That's at least the way I'm seeing it. Yeah. Yeah, Esco Conscripto or Conscripto Artisanal. Something like that. If the Spanish immigrants were fixed up and everything, maybe you could have just went full Escopetero with some supporting Clios, perhaps. That might have been good. You know, that's something worth looking into. You know what I mean? Going forward, are all these Lamsivs going to be able to go more with skirmisher massing armies and then just ship in the muskets they need to protect them from the Spanish colony? Yeah, that's something worth looking into the meta for once hotfix comes around, like fixing some of the Spanish immigrant stuff. Definitely. We'll have to see how that one goes exactly. The Panamanian contrabandists.
Preparada.
Yep, start hunting those there. Alright, constructing this wonder here. Oh, what wonders again? He's getting Tsuga, right? Yep, Tsuga Shrine. Cappy always does the more greedy build of Japan, always doing the Tsuga first, and then the Golem Pavilion, and then the Shogunate. Yeah. Because as you know, before the time of Cappy, I think there was a lot of people that were actually just doing the Torii Gate and Russian people. Yeah, no, Cappy likes going the old school Tsuga Shrine way. Just getting those extra resources in, which is pretty smart. You know, it's a pretty smart tactic to do, really. And then while you're aging up, just build out as many shrines as you can around the map and take advantage of it. So you can get maximum resources in Age 2 for Shiguma production mainly, but sometimes Kie. And then around the Age Up time, you'll probably want Gunto Riders as well for Cav. Add some scouting. Going Panama on his side again. So he's got his explorer, right? Oh yeah, now he can start putting down those tents. He's gonna put it right in this spot. That's a sneaky spot to put a tent down, but does Cappy know about? We'll see. Let me get the Fog of War. He does not see that. That's black map for him right now. I wonder if he'll end up finding it because of his treasure collecting. Now he sees it because he was down with the tiger. He would have never found it otherwise. That's kind of insane, actually. Just from pure RNG luck, trying to fight a treasure guard, and you're able to find the tent barracks. Now Cappy knows where his problems are going to be and where he needs to send his army and stuff. 600 wood. You're Japan, so you can send this twice, so you can send again sometime later. Yep. German colony there, Colonia Tovar, As you know, most immigrants you have to get through the age up, but there are some cards like Colonia Tovar for just Colombia, and then advanced immigrants for all the LAM civs except Haiti that can send Spanish immigrants through the home city. Unlike age up immigrants, the ones that you get through the cards will give you a fixed number of technologies usually. Right, so Spanish immigrants gives you 6 technologies because it's the only way of accessing them, but German colony will only give you the first 2. Yeah, basically. Starting to go conscripto to rush the shrine. I wonder if Cappy will get skirmish or try to combat with his own musketeers, his Shiguma musketeers. Because he's got some options here. We're going to have to see where he goes with this. Yep, shipping in the Kie skirms. That's going to be a strong option. As you know, what the old Japan said, they used the Yumi Bowman, but now Japan uses fully fledged gunpowder musketeers. Not gunpowder they're not muskets, but riflemen. Riflemen, right? Yeah, basically. It's got a pretty good mass of them right now, about 9 of them. Can add some more in too. Sneaking around the back way. Could take out some more of those shrines on there too, yeah. But I think he might have a problem though if he doesn't do anything about the Kie threat, which is totally possible here. Kind of drawing himself into a mental trap, thinking, hey, he's getting the initiative by taking the shrines out, and I realize that Cappy's going full skirm on you, which will completely cook your conscriptos very quickly. Even putting a tent barracks back here, that's a pretty bold move, all things considered. Even goes Portuguese. Well, number 1, to make the shrines cheaper so you can recover some of them, and then 2, with the export, get a group of Academico early Portuguese volunteers out. Yeah. This is going to be like hard counter city if Kazan doesn't mix up his forces a bit. Yeah, like no Yulons, no Musketeers, nothing like that. He's taking a huge risk because now he just sees that as like, oh yeah, he's got like just skirms now. Like, you gotta think about that stuff. Now, granted, it's about 18 range, so it's not a full 20 range, but still, it's gonna definitely force you onto something else now. Like, yeah, so get some Musketeers out. Kind of housed here, honestly, though, so won't be able to get like a full batch of them. So I'd prefer if you could just get like, why don't you cancel some of those vills and get like 3 or 4 of them or something? I think you're gonna regret not being able to get a full batch of them. At least I think so. I don't know. Might be able to do something here. Let's see. See, that's the thing. You got so few of them, he's able to basically micro them down and everything. Yeah. Just kind of sad. I'm assuming he's going to queue in another one now. Oh, no, it just goes for the German immigrant cavalry instead. Yeah, he can totally do that. That's quite viable, usually. Oh, he already has a batch, too, so, I mean, yeah, actually doing quite well with that. Oh, both assault and scouts are going full shock unit at this point because you know majority of what you're dealing with is going to be skirmish for now. Yeah, I mean this is playing a bit into Kazan, I think, because now he's going to be dealing with mostly skirmish and he'll actually be able to handle the Kies a lot better. So now is he going to have like a real like huge stack of these guys, like a full 5 stack of them? That's what you can hope for here for Kazan's sake. Yep, because now look, he's gonna go right in over here now and start like hacking inside. Yep, right there. Yep, right there. Yeah, just not enough. He really should have his Yulons up here because if you hit them in the back right now with some Yulons. Oh no! Don't lose your conscript, please, please don't. This is where things go wrong for you when you lose your infantry. Try to keep the infantry mass alive and let the shock units do the fighting. That's what I say. So now you're losing all this tempo on the field, and now Cappy has all these extra things here. Kept the conscripts alive, went around there with the cavalry, then yeah, you could keep the tempo on the field, yeah, and keep driving them down, yeah. Yep. So you gotta keep your stuff on the field at all costs, you know what I mean? You can't take these big gambles with your units. Otherwise it ends really badly. Some Mushateros there, yeah. Oh, you're gonna attack there with some... those ones you can get. Those ones in the back you should be able to get easily. Yep, get that Explorer too. Wish you had a little bit more there to take out the Explorer so you could start taking out those shrines in all these spots. I guess that's one way Kazan will be able to keep Cappy from getting too ahead. It's simply by keeping his shrines down, yeah. That Explorer's down, yep. There you go. Yeah, now you're gonna have to retreat out of there, right? Yeah. Don't lose the Yulons. Those are very valuable units you have to pay a little shipment to get. So don't try to avoid losing them as much as possible. Yeah. No, it's hard with everything he's chasing you with now because now he's in hot pursuit of you. But yeah, if anything, keep these cavalry alive so they can do their work against the skirms. See, that's what I was scared about when he lost all his conscriptos. Now he has like no wall against these infantry here to protect the cav. He's just gonna end up having to charge in with like 11 of these Yuan type cavalry and hope that he can hit enough skirms to change the tide around. And even then, Cappy's starting to go into Shiguma now, and you know, just not a good situation to find yourself in at all. Well, he did take out a shrine there, so now, yeah, he is stunting his production a bit, which is quite good. It's the only thing keeping him in the game at this point, I think. But Cappy is definitely growing the tempo a lot better than Kazan is, you know, ever since he lost that army of conscriptos. Yeah, these guys need to be more responsive in dealing with this up here. Like, you gotta attack as a group with the muskets. You can't just have one... Yeah, he's moving them with the conscriptos, which is not good. They need to, like, branch off and charge right into there with their lances. Otherwise, it's not going to end too well, honestly. It's by the time they get there, the battle's already going to be done, and all that tempo from that infantry is lost. Yeah, basically. Yep. You gotta deal with that Cappy army and just take it out and like put the pressure on him, because right now he's just growing army, and eventually he's gonna have such a confident army he can just focus on like aging up and getting some artillery in age 4 or something, and then just clean the floor with you. So gotta make sure you're keeping that Cappy army in check, which it's not currently. He's just letting him grow. Another shrine down. Alright. How much food is he on for the cherry orchard? He's got a good amount of food there. That's what makes Japan such a defensive civ, is the fact that they can just sit there for a big fraction of the match, just eating off of both their berries and their cherry orchards. So, yeah, it's not for a very long time that they have to start thinking about other food, you know. And as you know, berry bush gathering is good, it's solid, plus Japan, of course, gets 2 upgrades, you know. The lantern one and then the R one to help them gather from them even faster. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Cappy's got so much resources now that he doesn't even have to worry about shrines going down. He's just going to go towards the Golden Pavilion, get some more free skirmishers, and then all his ranged infantry is going to have more damage from the ranged configure mode on the Golden Pavilion wonder. Yep. That's what he's going for here, you know. I think Kazan's like targeting the wrong stuff. He needs to be focusing on dealing with this army like a big giant, you know, this big ball of stuff. Because the longer he lets it sit there and get upgrade and stuff, the more unlikely he's going to be even be able to pick it apart later. Which he's not. He's like literally avoiding his army and just running around with Cav, hoping to take out shrines and keep them down, I guess. Yeah, no, that's not going to work, because when he hits age 3, he's going to just trade everything over to food, and then he's going to ship in 1,000 coin, and then it's going to become the Shogunate Japan. And then once that comes out, this, all these things, all these age 4 cards are going to be your downfall. Just give him all the time he needs to do it. And it all comes down to saving your infantry to be the siege force, you know. These guys aren't the best siege units, you know. 22 siege, not the best, you know what I mean. Infantry, there's a lot more of them. They're going to have an easier time taking out villains than these little one shipment costing cav units. Yeah, so I don't know what you're thinking is going to happen there. It's not going to be good. Oh, yep, see, now he gets close combat, so now even more multipliers against shock units. So, yeah, now like 3.5 against Cav. Now it's going to be 4.5 against Cav, so almost as much as a pikeman. These Yulons will get melted by these. Just one of these katanas from these Shigumas will be enough to actually destroy them, basically. Yeah. It's going to be an absolutely brutal situation here. Yeah. I have to take that house out there. So taking up that German colony. Yeah, just try to go in there with the Diablos. I don't think it's going to be good, but maybe you might snag a few defeats on his army. Who knows? Does he even go for it, or does he just resign knowing what's happening? That is the question. I don't know. Like, yeah. The big $1 million question at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't think he even attempts it. Does he even try to do it? Yeah, now he's moving them. Is he moving them? And now he's there you go. All right, let's see what can he do? Yeah, just go for it. You got like nothing to lose. Now again, the skirm's good. You're connecting with the skirms, but yeah, you just have all that heavy infantry now. So I mean, just not gonna be good. No, definitely not. Yep, exactly. There you go. Get even more cherry orchards on the Japan side. Good match though. I think Kazan had a much better shot here, and he was definitely trying to unravel Japan's economy. It worked somewhat, but not too much. Yeah. So now we're gonna go on to the next one. Load this up. Alright, so it's Bataya Kazan 3. This should be a good one. Alright, so Cappy's playing his best civ now. Germany, the boxing gloves are off. And what's Kazan doing? Kazan is doing Gran Colombia once again. So, sticking with the same civ. He's in for the most painful time of his life now, going up against Germany. Germany is an S-tier civ. Really, really good S-tier civ. Not the best S-tier civ. There's definitely better ones like Ottomans and Koreans. As well as, what else did we put on that list? Let me see. So we also put on Korea, Dutch, and Ottomans. Those are the better ones in Germany, basically. Yeah, and Mexico's just behind them. Zulu, Uruguay, Haiti, and France. Yeah. So, basically 4th place in the entire mod, basically, which is not bad. You know, being in 4th place. It's just under the bronze medal, basically, of civs. I'm going to close that now so we don't lag out anything. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Now, question is, what do you do against Germany if you're Colombia? What is even the most viable mode of battle exactly? Can you take them head on in Age 2 with Escopeteros? Do you try to go up to Age 3 with Voltageros? What is your exact strategy? Is there something with the presidential palace, with the Rompilieñas from Venezuela that you're going to try to do? Or the Granadero Turkeys? Yeah, that's what we're going to find out, you know. Because if I know Cappy well, and I know him well with these builds, he's going to get a lot of manors called the Meitskiern houses in the transition from Age 1 to 2, and at that point he's going to have so many settlers that he's just going to spam line infantry on Kazan, right? Yeah. This isn't 2005 Germany you're dealing with. This is Wars of Liberty Germany. They have the British manor boom bonus, so every time one of these houses is constructed, you do get a free villager. And then, in terms of military roster, this Germany has Royal Guard muskets and Royal Guard hussars, just like old British, right? On top of that, you got free artillery from the Krupp factories, a lot of more powerful cards, arguably, a lot more stuff that they're running. They're quite strong, so yeah, I mean, you better know what you're doing against this Germany civ in a 1v1, because you're not. Cappy right away has the automatic advantage across the board, I would say, in both civ and execution of that civ. Yeah, just making it happen. Yeah. Yeah, because usually what I see is Cappy could usually even win the games in Age 2. Just spamming the line infantry. He doesn't even have to... It's basically like, you know, playing those games against a boss in like an RPG or a platform or something. The boss becomes progressively stronger and stuff. That's sort of how Cappy works with Germany. You've got Phase 1 where it's all line infantry, and then you got Phase 2 where hussars are added in, and then Phase 3, the skirmishers are starting to be trained, and then Yulon and Cuirassier shipments are shipped in, and then you have Stage 4, where May coffers are researched, guard skirmishers are researched, if Totenkopf hussars need to be researched, they will. If not, they won't. And then you obviously have to infinity and beyond at that point, where group factories are added in, everything's upgraded. Yeah, if dragoons are needed, they'll be added. So you could read Cappy's build like a book, and it always, 90% of the time, always works. So yeah, if you want to see something that's consistently going to work for him, it's going to be his Germany setup. And it's very hard, if not impossible, to deal with. Not because the British manor boom concept is impossible to deal with, just because, Cappy executes it perfectly. He's been a veteran of AoE 3 for many years and just has good timing with his manor booming, with his military, with his micro. Just makes it nigh impossible to deal with. Like, to deal with Cappy's Germany, you usually have to go up in the tier list to like Koreans and Ottomans and Dutch to deal with it. You really have no way of dealing with it at the base level civs below it, except maybe Mexico. I mean, perhaps Mexico can like turtle out Germany. That's something worth trying, Maybe Ethiopia, maybe Portugal can turtle out Germany. Who knows? I know definitely a lot of these more standard civs without, longer range skirms, booming potential with turtle, they really just fall apart against Germany. Or Cappy's Germany, I should say. Cappy's Germany is something totally different. Like, I used to do Germany a lot, and I used to get some pretty good performance, but I had flaws with it. I wasn't always able to do things on time, but Cappy just knows how to do it perfectly. With very little Cappy flaws to it, yeah. Brutal ending for Colombians. Oh yeah, Royal Guard Cuirassiers, that's the other thing. From age 3 to 4, you got a politician option that lets you get Royal Guard Cuirassiers, the Garde du Corps, instead of the normal Guard upgrade on the Cuirassiers. So Germany gets 2 primary Royal Guards that improve the units by 10%, and then a minor Royal Guard or like a mini Royal Guard or something for the Cuirassiers that improves it by 5%. Still worth noting, you know what I mean? Yeah. Definitely worth noting. Because it basically shows you that Germany, in general, most of their stuff is like higher seed in general. Except maybe the Dragoons. The Dragoons really don't get any attention with Germany. That's probably the only thing that they do kind of standard. Even the Volunteers get a combat card with the Skirms, and then Skirms obviously get another card, the Jägerbusch card, that gives them more multipliers against Light Cav. Line infantry for Germany are like top-notch muskets because they have better rate of fire once the needle gun card is researched in age 4. Yeah, Hussars are Royal Guard, Cuirassiers are Royal Guard, the artillery is free, and then there's even upgrade cards to improve mortars and steel guns. Yeah, definitely. So a lot of things going in favor of the German civ militarily. And then they can feed it all just using the Mare Boom, the Mites-Karen houses. See, the line infantry is already starting up right now. So I got about 9 of them here from this one barracks. And eventually, once he gets enough res, he can start to go double barracks, get a stable, add some hussars in, and then it's going to become a serious problem there overall. Getting fencing school. It's a little early for fencing school. He's probably so paranoid, though, about what Cappy's going to do with his line infantry that he's literally fine with getting fencing school this early into the match. Yeah. Yeah. It's even rare, I think, in a lot of like the 1v1 games in War's Liberty to even see fencing school, because what matters more is you getting like gather rate upgrades if possible, and then military stuff, like either the military shipments or the stats of them. The training time, not so much, unless you got a really good all-out knockout type attacks type of thing. I don't know if he can pull that off against Germany, though, because look, Cappy's already outnumbering him in musket units here. He's got all these line infantry right there. Kazan's only on about 15 conscriptos, right? How much has Cappy got? I think he's got about 15, right? 14. But now 19. 19. DSC Nueve. Yeah, DSC Nueve's going on, yep. So it's going to be the War of the Musketeers, I guess, unless Cappy can throw in an H3 with some skirms or something and really ramp things up. 7. Yep, so now the wood comes. 600 wood, right? Yep. So that's going to allow Cappy to build more of his Mites Care and houses and thus get probably like another 4, maybe 5 free more villagers, yeah. What's the settler count on now? It's about 33 going into 34. Kazan, where's he at with Phil's? He is on about 23. That's practically like 10 villages ahead already. That's huge. That's a huge difference. That's an astronomical difference, you know. And this is my dilemma with fencing school. So now he's got little resources, so there's no reason to be able to train your infantry faster because you can't even afford them. So I think you should have probably gone like a crate, gone like a unit, maybe got like wood trickle, anything. You shouldn't have gone fencing school this early though, because now it's just sitting in the background, not doing anything. You know what I mean? Yeah. What's he getting now? He's getting Chocharos. You want to get this first. Don't get Chocharos just yet. Chocharos is only good. It gives you a charged melee attack. So, yeah. I would get the hit points first and then get Chocharos once you know that the stable is added to the mix. Because now, you got a card you're really not going to be able to use effectively because Cappy knows how to micro enough to make sure you never go into melee with them, with these things. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's 30 melee, that's great, but it's actually not great because they have hand resistance, so it's not really doing 30 damage to them, you know, it's doing like 26 or something, you know, not much different than the bullet that you're shooting at them with, you know? Yeah. Just card and unit choices. Well, it's not so much the unit choices, but it's the card choices. You know, fencing school, Chocharos. What you should have done was get crates, and when you know the fight's happening, get the gunpowder in points. Then maybe add this in to be a bit of support, you know? Gotta make all the cards count, because if you don't, they're gonna get the ride up on you, and it's not gonna be good. Am I wrong? I don't think so. Yeah, see, this is really not... Look at this. What is this? Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? You're doing that just to get one charge attack in, and then it just goes down to what? 16 melee? Against a melee? Oh, God, that is bad. This is really bad. That is total failure mode right there. I mean, look, it's 16 hand damage once the charge attack disappears, and then you base... Oh, yeah, that's like only like, what, 14 damage? That's like a joke, and then they can still kite you and stuff. Why did he do that? Why did he think that Charles was going to do something? Should be going foundry with musket. Get a foundry, get a tent barracks, mix the artillery with the infantry. And you got something. Then you got something that pushes him back a bit. I mean, he can still out macro you and like mass you out and stuff, but at least you're trying to counter the heavy aspect of his army, yeah. Yeah, basically. Yep. I don't know, like, that one is very, very interesting. So we're on to the last one of the series now, right? Between Kazan and Cappy. LOL. Yeah. Did you see that? Like, what was he thinking he was going to get out of that bayonet charge? Like, dude. Bruh. You could have done a little bit better than that. Yeah, I don't know, though. I think maybe he was thinking that he could outnumber him and, like, swarm him with the charge attack on top of him or something. And, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely more of a skilled move than Lars would do, but still. Batoya Kazan 4. So, is he gonna make a comeback at all? Or is he gonna stick with Gran Colombia? Or is he just abandoning the Civ? The other signature Cappy Civ. Now, this isn't good. This one's even stronger than Germany in the tier list. Colombia still? Yeah, he's sticking to his guts. He's sticking to his guts. He's not giving up on them. He's taking a beating from every signature Cappy Civ. First Canada, and then Japan, then Germany, and now finally the Ottomans. Yep. He's taking it like a trooper. Now, I don't know exactly what he is going to do against the Ottomans. Even Colombia. Mainly because his threat is astronomical now. Now he has to deal with Janissary Abbas, Janissary Delhi Abbas, FF into Falks, FI into Bombards. He's got a lot of potential things that could go wrong, you know? Murphy's Law, what can go wrong will go wrong, you know? Everything Ottomans does is generally fatal at the touch, you know what I mean? Especially a B-tier civ like Colombia, they're going to really have to come up with a army plan against the Ottomans. Yeah. I think in general, if you're Latin American, this is probably going to involve artisanal cans of some kind. And hopefully you can macro fast enough to get them out and have enough stuff to protect them, right? Because, you know, the Ottoman player is going to start barracks and foundry. They're not going to go stable first. It's like never done, right? Because the barracks and foundry is where the Ottomans get their job done. Stable can come into factor later when it comes to like maneuver and scout, right? So, yeah, I mean, I just think this is going to be a very tricky moment for Kazan to figure out. I don't think... Well, here's the thing. Mr. Taro's going to be hard because the Janissaries are just so good at protecting the Abyss. Conscriptos, those are going to get beaten. Escopateros are going to get beaten. Pardo's obviously going to get beaten. Llanero's going to be beaten. So, yeah, you're going to need artillery with something else. Either artillery Escopatero or artillery Conscripto. If you can get the extra wood in, then you might want to go Escopatero just because it's going to be cheaper and be easier to keep both things going on at the same time. But if you can't get as much wood, you're probably going to go Conscripto Artisanal. And that's a big if that's going to even be effective. Yeah. The Statesman.
Emrin?
Hazır.
Evet, hazır.
Emrin, selam. Evet. Emrin,
Emrin?
tamam, olur.
Statesman, give him some coin, give him an outpost wagon. Kazan, what's he? Estancos. exchanges all your food for a greater amount of coin. Whoa, okay. Kazan. Man. Dude, man. What? Why would he send that? What? Why did he... What is that? Why would you do that? What's the point of that? That almost was a disaster. That was almost very bad. Imagine if he got the timing wrong on that. What was that? Imagine if all that food turned to coin and he wasn't able to age up. The 5-minute game loss in the century. That would have been a total fumble. He almost fumbled the game right there. Colombian Musk trying to be Carolines. Yeah, I know. Is that... Am I right? Am I right? Like, no. No, they're just run-of-the-mill muskets with a little bit more HP, I think. That's it. It's all conscripted is. Yeah. That was almost like a blockbuster blowout. If that food turned to coin at the wrong time. Yeah. I'm sure Cappy still would have uploaded it just because he would have been scratching his sombrero thinking, oh, what's Juanito doing? Juanito, what happened, Juanito? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so what is he doing, contrabandist again? Maybe he knows about the artillery. That's why he's going with the contrabandist, gets the extra coin in. Yeah, I just don't know what the Stankos is doing here at this stage of the game. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty odd, actually. Here comes the German colony, Colonia Tovar. So getting Ulans. Ulans with artisanals. Maybe. A little risky. A little risky there. Yeah, oh, he's going FF. He's going up to H3. Alright. Is he going to H4? Could go H4. It's all I see in H4 here. So naked FF, maybe a naked FI. Naked FI would be something totally different if you did that. Like come in with a bunch of bombards and stuff and start blasting them. Yeah. We'll see. See if that ends up happening here or not. Interesting. Silver mine. Alright, so he's just going H3 then. This is going to be an FF. Okay, so got the 4 Abbas from the age up, the gunsmith age up, 5 Janissaries queued out at the barracks, shipping another 8 of them, queuing in. Alright, so this is just like a boosted up Jan Abbas play, I guess. Maybe. Yeah. Then he can ship in 5 Abbas 2 next if he wants to, or get the Falcons. So Kazan's going to go Mass Conscripto against this. Fair enough for now, just because the Foundry isn't up yet. Can still somewhat try to salvage this, I guess. Yeah.
¿Sí? Preparado. Ya voy. ¿Qué me ordena? ¡A las armas! ¿Ya?
Again, some Yulons with the Conscriptos. Yulons are going to have to be very surgical here in their pursuit of the Abiskars, because now, look, he's got Jans on both sides of his formation there. So now, yep, now he's just going to basically group up with everybody and try to, yeah. Oh, he's got the Falcons now. Falcons is going to be a real problem here.
¿Sí? Auftrag.
Ships in about 2 artisanals, probably the fairest thing you can get for this. Yep. At the moment, anyways. I mean, you much better have some volantes, but you obviously have to age up for that.
Preparado.
Yeah. Maybe you get a resource crate, because I don't know if this base is gonna last too long. To where, unless, yeah, he might be stalling. Might be stalling with the artillery, trying to get as many casualties in as he can. Yeah. Put him on the wrong side though. They should win the back. Yeah. See, now they're gonna be in hot trivial pursuit of him. Yeah. Gets 3 Jans. Gets 4 of them. Did okay a little bit, but if you put them on that side and like set them up a bit better, maybe could have gotten like 5 or 6. Is that right? Getting the town center now. Taking out some vills too. Yep, got another one. Good, interesting. Yep, just get that TC down. Yeah, there's other vills, right? They can keep train stuff, yeah. Yeah. Yep, you're gonna have to back up now. So both sides are down town centers now. This is like the most interesting one we've seen in the whole series, I think. Because Kazan actually managed to do a pretty big snipe on him. I would say probably for the whole night, it's probably like the least one-sided battle of the night. Yeah, it seems like it. You know, like, I mean, think of that the whole theme of this night of games. It's always been one person clapping the other. Like, this is the first moment where it feels like, yeah, somebody might actually be on the run somewhat. Yeah, basically. Now the Vills basically have to congregate where the conscriptos are, yeah. Now, is he going to be able to get some wood back? Yeah, he's getting wood right now. He needs lots of wood. Yeah, the time. He's got his Falcon still, right? Yeah. That's going to be the big protector there. Take all those Vills, right? Yep. Then start taking out the infrastructure next so he can't keep training stuff. Pretty fair. So how much wood does Cappy got? Doesn't have a whole lot of wood. Yeah, might have done something there, yeah. He's also gonna need wood to put up houses once all these ones are sieged to the ground. Maybe Cousin's onto something here. I mean, he is trying to send in Janissaries there too to take out more of his stuff as well.
Hazır.
Trying to do the banana split with his Vills, trying to get away. Puts the town center right there. How much shipments has Kazan got? Got 2 of them. He could start shipping some things into it, like get some of these, get some units, you know. If he could keep his Musketeers alive to get the Falcons down, maybe there's something that can be done. Who knows? Maybe.
Preparado.
Puts the houses at this spot. Need one more house for you to actually get some. Maybe get some of this coin here. You definitely don't want him getting coin. Maybe you could use that coin more. What's he got for like age 2 shipments? Infinite. I was gonna say if he had like voltage arrows in like age 3, an infinite shipment of that, maybe you should go that route. You know, let's pull out a bunch of those.
Hola.
¿Qué me ordena?
¿Qué me ordena? parada. Hola, de parada.
¿Sí?
¿Qué me ordena? Hola, abastecedora.
Yeah, I think Cappy was able to pull this one off. Yeah, I think so. Looks like it. Looks like it. No doubt. The big long march through North Africa to reach your enemy. So let's go up here and then hit the ones down there, right? Yeah. Next Cappy game we're looking at will be a team game, a 2v2. Yeah. Yeah, did their bases switch? Yep, they did. Yep. Ottoman siege here, Columbia siege here. So they swapped areas. Yeah, this is probably the best match we've seen all night, honestly. In terms of like competitiveness. This is like top notch competitiveness compared to what we've seen all night, I think. Most definitely. I mean, I was a little bit fascinated by that Tupi Mero stuff at the start, but I mean, this definitely hits a higher note, I think, in terms of everything, yeah. Mamluks. Oh, yeah, you're in big trouble, mister. You got Mamluks to deal with. How many of those did he get? Did he lose one? Did he lose a Mamluk? How'd that go down? Five Mamluks? Where's the other two? He rebuilt the German colony up there. Wow, insane. Yep, here's the other two Mamluks.
Evet. Hazır.
Yeah, now he's just gonna go up in this area, right? Yeah. Quite an interesting battle, though. Janissary combat, they'll get their stats up by about 20%. Basically a veteran upgrade to the Jan since they no longer get like actual military upgrades except for Imperial. Keep them a bit stronger.
Amrak.
أيوة نعم.
A lot of running around. Yeah. The final bell. The semi-final bell.
مستعد. أمرك.
Evet.
مستعد.
GG, well played on that one. Now we're going to go into a 2v2. Let me reboot into that one. And then we got the big giant finale, and I do mean a giant finale. After that, it's going to be really fun. So what's this game going to be called? Got right here. Japanese saving the day. Japanese saving the day? What, Godzilla? Godzilla saves the day? That's basically what Cappy is when he's playing Japan. He's like Godzilla coming in. So, what are the teams? Alright, so it's going to be Cappy as Japan, his ally will be Multico as Peru, Kazan would be Italy, and Fufi would be Uruguay. So, a pretty good batch of civs. I mean, out of these, you got really 2 C-tier civs, I think. No, 2 B-tier civs, right? You got 2 B-tier civs, and then you got, wait a minute, is Italy a C-tier? Let me check my thing. Where did we put Italy? Yeah, Italy is like a lower end B-tier civ. So yeah, we got 2 B-tier civs and then 2 S-tier civs, Uruguay and no, Japan's A-tier actually. So what am I saying? Actually, the Fufi Kazan team is running some stronger stuff, I believe. I don't know. I think it's about even. About seed-wise, it's about even. Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, I would say probably the Peru Japan civ is looking a lot nicer here in terms of performance. Oh wow, look at this. Using the canoe you start the game with on Wadmallow to actually get some shrines up here. This is a great place for shrines. Nobody's going to come up here to take those out. This is like the perfect hiding spot for your build. And then just... yeah. Look at that. That's some good tax. Oh yeah. Look at this thing. He's literally shooting arrows out of his rifle. Not even bullets. He's shooting literal arrows out of his rifle. It's like he's using one of those harpoon guns or something. That's probably what that represents. That's probably like a harpoon gun he's using. Which is pretty interesting. Yeah, shooting like entire like spears out of the rifle thing. Yeah. I imagine Cappy's definitely going to want to get 1, 2, 3 shrines up here. 3 shrines. Yeah, 3 shrines up in that area. That'll be quite good. And then on the other area, yep, we got Peru here putting stuff out. Again, the Heavenly Kami. Once I get that, the shrines will actually be a bit more affordable, so you can start to build some more of the shrines up here. Where else can he put shrines? Probably some over here. Definitely in front. Assuming over on the side, too, will be another good spot for that type of stuff. Also, we need to start looking at decks. Like, what is Multigo doing? Multigo getting Extractivism and Wood Trickle for Age 1. So definitely not the same way I do Peru. And Senior Veringo Sword does Peru. A lot of crates there. Got the Piranha. Looks to be going the Grenadier route, I think. Yeah, at least I think he's going the Grenadier route. Seems to be the probable path here. Yeah. Alright, so that's going on there. What else? Italy. Well, so what's Italy doing? I want to see where Italy's. So, Advanced TP, Colonial Militia, Wood, Coin Trickle, Frontier Defenses. This is always solid. I'm just trying to see, like, doesn't have any military upgrades, so I really can't tell what's going to be like the definitive late game setup of Kazan. Is he going Basigliere, Alpini, Conscript, like line infantry? Like what's the Kazan plan here? It's kind of a bit of a salad of everything. You got some eco upgrades, you got Ford, you got mercenary shipments, you got World Decree. Well, World Decree means that he could actually start to train the pontifical guards of the Swiss guards later in the game. Yeah, be able to train them at the Basilica. Yeah. And then also Zapte will allow you to upgrade your Scaris. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the car that lets him train them, so we'll miss out on that. Carbonari, a bunch of guard Carboniers. They used to make riders, and then riders were removed from the game, and now it's just bulk and Carboniers, yeah. Who's the agent up with, actually? Going up with Statesman. Pretty fair. Peru is getting Chinese Wave 1. And Fufi is getting Arab Wave, yep. Kind of taught everyone at this point that Arab Wave is usually the best thing to go for with Uruguay. At least until they've, yep, like I said all the time, they basically fixed the Spanish immigrants to having the Coreos available in Age 2. Once they do that, then I think it'll be like 50-50 Polish or Arab, depending on what the Civ does best. If the Civ is super infantry focused, then you might be able to go Polish. If they are anything else, probably you keep going Arab. Yeah, that's what I think it's going to be. You'll see different builds emerge. to deal with different civs. It's really going to vary how they're going to work and everything. Starting out with the Pardo shipping, is that right? So starting out with pikemen. Is he going to siege with that? What's the plan with the Pardos? Those are pikemen, so I don't know what he's going to do with that exactly. I would have waited for an Arab to get some Gallegos out. Gallegos are going to be a much more tactical unit, I think, than the Pardos are at this stage. And then he goes for Escopeteros. Military government. Caudillo combat improved. You get a free Caudillo, increases its bill limit by 1. So this is like an outlaw deck. Is that right? Yeah, and he also has 5 brothers. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, why is he going outlaws? What's the point of outlaws here? I don't know. I don't think people have used outlaws with Uruguay for a while. That's when they were not that great. Like a few patches ago, outlaw play was like one of the few trollish things you could do with Uruguay. Now they got some okay builds and stuff. You don't have to lower yourself down as much. You know what I mean? You can actually run some okay stuff there. Getting a barrack. Well, the barracks is there. This is the consulate. How many shrines is Cappy on? Well, the ones you can get. So he's got, if we select this, he is on about 9 shrines only. Wow, not even half yet, so he's got a lot of work to do there if he wants to get his eco up to max. Oh, Japanese isolationism, so going for the Ondabushi, yeah, the pikeman. The Japanese anime girl pikeman, yeah. Look at Kazan going for a full rush of pikemen, line infantry, and grenadiers. He's had enough trauma against Cappy to know that he has to go for that push. Yeah. If he could take the consulate out, that's actually quite huge. Not super big, but yeah, it does deny him usage of his export. Oh yeah, look at that. Actually denying him the export now. Oh, he's gonna go for the Toshugu. Whoa, if he gets that down. Watch out, Cappy. That's pretty dangerous. I don't think he is. Nah, he's gonna have to pull out. Yeah, once the skirms arrived, I knew it was over. Yeah. Now he's got his big army of Japanese anime girl musketeers with their anime girl red hairdos. Looking for super chats. Yeah, basically. So what's going on this side with Fufi though? Fufi's pressuring pretty hard here with the Gallegos. But Kazan's thing is crumbling at the seams there. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the TC down or not. But yeah, well, he's definitely pinning him. That's good. Is Fufi going to be able to keep up with this or what? I mean, he's able to keep a queue going at least. Ships in about 6 conscriptos. Yeah, I probably should just pull out now. Keep your tempo going. Did a pretty fair amount of damage, I would say. How much wood does Multigo got? Can he get it down? Can he actually get it down? He might be able to. If he does do it, If he does get it down. No, he pulls out. Alright. I don't think he wanted to gamble that. You know, because now he knows his ally is going to press Cappy on that side now. Maybe snipe down his thing there. Yep. Look at all these idle vills. Yeah. See, that Kazan and Fupi are pressing pretty good here. Like, pinging them back and forth like a ping pong board. Cappy here, Cappy there, Cappy there, Cappy there. That's exactly how you basically do that. Oh, but Cappy has an army here too now, so it's not like he's even undefended over there now. Alright, so yeah. How much export does Cappy got to basically keep making spearmen? He's got a fair amount, so I mean... he's probably just going to hold out on this side with what he's got and keep his other army there to deal with. If I was Fufi, I'd be trying to kite these Shigumas. Try to eliminate them and then start pressing in once again. You know what I mean? Because now, look, Multigo's going to just try to get enough wood and repair that TC again. Which I don't think he's going to have for a while. I don't know. Let's see. He's got to target, get that emergency unit so your grenadiers don't get melted. There you go, alright. That's better. How much pop is he? Yep, he's housed right now, so he can't really make much else, right? Yeah, yeah, you should probably just start going after the TC. Yeah. In the TC, yeah. Try to stall him, Kazan. Like, keep him around so he can get the town centered out. Yeah. That's what I would do. Yeah, get that TC out. Yep. Yep, TC is down. Now that's a good push there, because now that forces them into a crammed space here where you can all target them now. Yeah, quite good. Quite a good set. Wow, Cappy even managed to capture this island with shrines too. So he's really spreading out with them. That's like basically like 8 shrines that are basically very hard to target now. Do they have their canoes? Yeah, they said their canoes. Wonder if anyone they know about that. Because if they could, they might be able to use their canoe to actually start throwing torches at them from long range. Maybe try to push them back a bit. Yeah. Outlaws are funny. Some of them definitely underbaked, yeah. I think Uruguay actually has some of the good ones, though. Yeah, Uruguay has the Plagiador with the Godlike Siege, and then the Matrero, which is actually one of the good combat outlaws. So you can actually go outlaws with Uruguay. It's just very niche, you know what I mean? And it's better to combine it with other stuff. If you just go straight up outlaws, Uruguay, it's rarely ever going to end good unless it's a team game and you're playing support. Getting the barracks down. I don't know why he didn't finish off the barracks. It was like barely even. Yeah, I guess he wants to go after the Kies. Oh no, he's completely surrounded now. That's bad. It's very bad. He's completely surrounded on all sides. Yeah, basically. So what does he do? Try to sneak his way out? Maybe. I would try to get out of there with all these Gallegos and take my wins and get out. Yeah. Does he have any crates? Get the coin and like maybe go up to like age 3. Get these guys a nice free Shadow veteran upgrade. Keep going. Get the French immigrants involved. If you can get the French immigrants in there, I think you could do it. Japan. You know, you have like the range, counter the heavy infantry, and then you have the scout unit to shred the Kies. So that's what I think. Yeah. So he is actually going double Gallego. He's going with the barracks and the colony, producing them. Yeah. Yeah, don't try to waste them though. Like, only try to pull out his Shigumas and then take some of them out. Yeah. See, that's smart. Like how he's pulling them out and stuff, trying to wipe away. Oh, but now he's staying there. He's idling them in. That's not good. Cappy's like doing everything here. Wow. I mean, he's got a little bit of Bernero help over there, but still. Bernero. Bonitos Berneros. Not bad at all.
Qual é sua ordem?
Gracias por la gauchada, che.
I think Cappy's got it now. I mean, I'll look at his resource count. Yeah, I think Cappy's got it now. I mean, he's got. Look at all the tempo he's got on the field with all these Kies still alive and in Shigumas and stuff. Yeah, I think they weathered the storm good. They should be all right. Peru will keep being able to add in Berneros here. As I've said a lot of times about Peru, Peru doesn't need to make a whole lot of stuff to do well. They just need to be able to spam Berneros out to support their ally. That's about it. You know, the Berneros are good against infantry. They can be good against cavalry in huge mass, in limited numbers of cav, and then they'll be great against dragoons. So, Bernero spamming is a legitimate setup here, and Multigo Pride from seeing me and Varingo do it enough times knows that it's quite strategic to do so. Yeah. Uruguay will keep trying. Will they succeed is the question. Stagecoach. Well, he's going to lose his trading post there, right? Should have gone that a little bit sooner there, don't you think? Yeah. What's he trying to do? Rush his way into age 3? Get the French immigrants going? That's probably going to be your next best army choice, I would say, yeah. I mean, you can still do the Arabs with the French stuff, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like the French immigrants, mainly the Red Devil and the Legionnaire Cavalry, are going to be fire against this. Oh, yeah. I guess that's why I never quite saw Italy as a strong pick, just because they lack a lot of exceptional stuff. Unless Kazan gets to age 3 and does the Alpini, that could be good. Alpini could be a solid pick, yeah. Could go with the Alpini. It was like 2v1 for Capia. Yeah, basically. I mean, he was dealing with stuff on both ends of this battlefield. I mean, Capia held on very strongly here. Absolutely great job across the board. Look at that Bernero spam by Multigo. That's beautiful. That's exactly how you're supposed to use these things. You literally don't usually need anything else other than these and just large stacks. And you can do so much. You can fight skirms, you can fight heavy infantry, you can get maneuver units, sometimes assault units and stuff. Yeah, because like they're early skirms, that means they have no malice against assault class. They can shred assault units like Bishateros and Escoltas. It's like a really good trash unit that just works. Really effective, you know? Oh yeah, 100% effective. I mean, look at what it's doing. They don't even have a splash attack like the Escobateros, and they're completely swamping them with their extra range and their increased damage. Uncomparable, really, yeah.
Dale nomás. En el horno.
Oh wow, look at Italy. Gonna get the H3 with the Patriot. Yeah, it just calls the big giant army, and yeah. To what avail? Not too much. Should have maybe done that a bit sooner though, because now, yeah, I don't know. Italy is completely cooked. Oh, you lost the architect too. That's not good. That's the only way of making buildings is Italy, since the merchants can only gather resources. Quite a big turnaround by Cappy and Multigo.
Dale nomás. Que allí en el horno nos vamos a encontrar.
Now it's completely surrounded on Oh, he just hands everything over to Foofy. Yeah. Yeah, Foofy should try to age up, though. Yeah, try to age up and keep training stuff. Because he's going to need some more elite units to do this. Kazan just pulls out at that point, yeah. Foofy, you need to age up. You need to get to French immigrants. Get some French immigrants for this. You need like a couple, like a bunch of like Red Devils and a couple of the Foreign Legion Cav for this. Don't get that, I don't think you can pull this off. It's a huge must for this one, yeah. Yep, so doing Lancero, Gallego, and Esco, there's a bunch of... I think he's just burning through resources. You can try to stall him with like Pardos or something, but you need to get to the next age if you're going to do anything. Especially when you're surrounded by two of them.
Gracias por la gauchada, che. Dale nomás. Que llene el horno.
Yeah, good match. Good match, definitely. Yep, Foofy resigns and then Kazan probably soon after, right? There you go. Alright, GG. Good match. Good match. Cappy really sweated hard for that one. Definitely a very tough one, definitely. Yeah. Now, we got a real interesting one to finish off with now. Like a really... I don't know what to expect with this, but let's see it right now. So, based on the thumbnail of the stream today, wololonick says a wonderful 90-minute 1v1. Why didn't he resign? The file is over a megabyte big? That is pretty big for a 1v1. A 1v1 that goes over a megabyte? That's a big file. I'm thinking it's Veringo. Who else would it be? Who else would do something like that to somebody but Veringo? Yeah. Yeah. No one stole somebody out for 90 minutes but Veringo. Yep. El Teatro, Juanita Pluana. It's Veringo, yeah. It has to be Veringo, right? No one else stole somebody out for a game that long. Oh yeah, I remember this map. This is the one we did in the stream against Veringo. I remember this map. Yeah. This cancerous map, because he can go down here, he can go here, he can go here. Yeah. This is gonna be fun. I forget what it's called. This is Missouri Crossing, right? Yeah, I believe this is called Missouri Crossing, because I remember the ridges that come on the side here. I think this is Missouri Crossing. We just did that the other day against Faringo, but I was Peru as well. Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be a really long 90-minute battle, I guess, between Belgium and Peru. Alright, so it should be interesting. Who do you think's going to win? Do you think Peru is, or Belgium? Yeah, I mean, let's look at the tier list thing since we have time. Get the graphic up right now. In terms of seeding, Belgium is a lower A tier civ, and Peru is a high B tier civ. So technically Belgium will have an easier time here, right? That's what we think. But, I mean, how many slots apart are they? About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. Yeah, 7. So not too far away from each other. So maybe, I don't know. I mean, from a roster standpoint, I'd like to say that Belgium has some really high-powered weapons to use against Peru and what they're good at. But that will be seen. We'll have to see if that actually ends up happening or not, potentially. So, be it as it may, we'll see how this ends up turning out. Yeah, basically. Yep. So what are the decks like? Nick has a deck that has he does have the La Libre Esthetique. La Libre Esthetique. Yeah. This is the one that basically allows you to age up to the Imperial Age without a politician for like half the costs. Basically removing the whole coin cost and just paying the food. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. You know, if you get caught in a pickle and you can't age up, this is a great way to get out of it, basically. Yeah. Now, what does it do after you get to Imperial Age? The world only knows at that point. It should have an effect after you get to the Imperial Age, like giving you doubling your unit stats or something. I don't know. Something crazy like that. It seems to be similar to the deck we saw with Gilder against the AIs. Yeah, we see heavy fortifications with Congo expansion. We also see the Royal Decree. We see a bit of ego. We see native combat. A lot of crates here, including 1.6k wood, which you don't always see every day. Forts. You got a fort. You got the Sion Industriel. Luxembourg. Alright. So, not quite the deck I would use against anyone, but it's good. It'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Yeah. Politicians. So we got the Statesman. That seems to be the favorite. Especially if you're running Congo expansion. Ringo going the Japanese route. More the late gamey. Wait a minute. There's no way to get water shipments on here right now. You can't put it on the Missouri River apparently. So I don't know. Yeah, that's where my thing is. If I could get like water shipments here, yeah, I'd probably go Japanese. But I don't know. He might be doing it for the dojos. Could be possible. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't go past one Japanese. I would probably get the Japanese like at the second age, like 2 to 3. You know, hit up Irish now for potato farming, and then maybe go Japanese after that, and then after that decide if you want to go back to Irish again for the Fenians, if you want to, or if you want to add China in for whatever reason. Yeah. Well, that would just be like a bunch of goats, right? Like a bunch of goat meat. Yeah, bunch of goat meat. Furrier. I don't know why Ringo ever got rid of Virgin Force in his deck. That was such a good card for him. He keeps Furrier, but doesn't... Yeah, I don't know. I would get rid of these llamas. Like, what are the llamas doing here? Besides spitting on you. That's what llamas do. They spit on you. They literally spit on you. Like, why has he got llamas in here? Just get some Virgin Forest stuff going. Even if that means you have to be a virgin for a while, you know? Just saying. Just saying. Bimetallism. You got Spice Trade. A lot of natural resource cards, which I find kind of fascinating, you know? Not a lot of super late game stuff besides Grand Coco. Yeah, and then you got Casa de Moneda and Refridge. In terms of military upgrades, really has everything for the Brañuelo, Mosquetero, Indian Combat, and then has the last cartridge for everything, basically. This will be a very, very long, slow battle. Yep. So is there anything interesting you all want to talk about while we watch this unfold? I don't think they're going to fight each other right away. At least I don't think they are. I think they're just going to get control of their relative sides of the Missouri River and then start pounding and stuff. Yeah, basically. You know, in a battle like this is when Great War Age is great. Just get the Great War Age, get the bombers out, get the tanks. And Senor Verlingo being the little Ranita Pluana days and going, hey, tanks, like that, and gets caught by him, yeah, basically. Yeah, you can climb up on here too, like, yeah. The only problem is, yeah, basically sometimes the huntables decide to go up here and it messes up your village's pathing because they try to bump into the rock, go, ugh, like that, and then they have to, you know, turn around and try to get up that way, basically, yeah. Just about. Wow, Senor Verlingo, look at this, Senor Verlingo, Mosquetero. Laid in itself, no sud. Wow. Quite a sneaky one you are today, yeah. See what happens here. I have a good raid coming. I literally can't believe Ringo would put the poor kid through a 90-minute game like this. Like, Juanito, really? Yeah. Felicio momento. I mean, if I look at that, let me look right now at that video, my video collection. That game I did against Ringo on Missouri Crossing. That thing was only 29 minutes. How did Ringo turn this into a 90-minute ordeal? Like, really? How did he pull it off? Like, I mean, Nick is using a higher seeded Civ too. I was playing as Peru too, and I managed to get it done in less than half an hour. It's a part I'm scratching my head thinking about. Yeah, my cabeza. Yeah. I don't know. Very interesting. I'll say that for sure. Yeah. Bicycle infantry. But there's no skirmish, it's assault. Yeah. Well, the thing is, anti-skirms don't usually have a malice against shock units, which is pretty good, you know. So, still doing 24 Pierce against Musketeers, not bad. Gets the job done. But, yeah, it does have some Dragoons here, so that will basically deal with any future Musketeers instantly. Yeah. I mean, as Varingo, I would probably stop trying to reinforce this area just because, hey, he's got bicycle infantry here. These are literally anti-skirms. These will completely melt whatever your Benyos. It's 24 times 3. So, put that into the equation. It's like 72 damage to these. Yeah, like literally 2 bullets and these Benyos are gone when they're dealing with that. Yeah. Yep, gets rid of the second barracks. Yeah, just put the bicycle infantry at the front. And you should be good, yeah. Gets a stable. Wait a minute, did he ship all this stuff? He did, he shipped this. I get, yeah, he must have trained the bicycles up there. Adds in Hussars, so you got anti-skirms, you got maneuver, and you got scout. Two Mia to use machine guns as well. Yep. Some context for this match. I had no idea where his base was for over 10 minutes. My fog of war will tell you as much. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Yeah. Look at that. Poor Nick hasn't even figured out where the town center is. Wow. I'm unreal. Like, he finally finds a casa. Here's casa. Casa aquí. And probably the Central Alberno is somewhere around here, right? Going into melee with Dragoons against Benyos, I've never thought I'd see the day. That should be an easy siege of that barracks, right? Yeah.
Votre ordre? Oui.
Going Force Publique now. Yep. These are basically skirms with multipliers against native warriors. Sadly, no native warriors for Varingo to train, but still nonetheless an okay skirm. I thought back in the day they had better rate of fire than standard skirms did, if I recall correctly. I don't know if that's still the case or not. Did they still have a better rate of fire than normal skirms, or did they bring it back up to 3? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't even know that one. I remember them being pretty good against infantry because they just fired a bit quicker. Because the thing about infantry in Belgium is you're one of the only European civs to not have fencing school, so you actually have to train your infantry very slowly like that. Yeah, unless they're natives, because then there's a card for Belgium that makes the native warriors train faster. But if it's non-native infantry, it takes like forever, basically. Yeah, you do have Ryan School though, so if you want to go with stable, that's generally pretty good. Oh, it was standardized a while ago. Okay, I was kind of on the fence of that, trying to figure it out. Like, do they still have the bear rate of fire? Yeah. I think the reason why they probably had back in the day was they just didn't have enough reason to be made other than, yeah. It's still a European skirmisher though, so it's nothing to complain about. Definitely not. And if you do get to use it against Bolivia or whatever, great. You know, Bolivia, any other native centric civ, you're good to go. Yeah.
Je ne peux pas bouger.
I may as well grab this treasure here since it's that's not a bad treasure. A rare black-footed ferret worth 210 XP. Somebody better grab this. This is really, really good treasure here. It'd be sad if nobody claimed it. Well, see, what's going to happen is Varingo's going to lose this base, and then he's just going to... Oh, no, wait a second. So here comes the Lanceros. Alright. Varingo doesn't always do Lanceros. Varingo usually goes with Fiscoltas, so he's going Scout this time. Very nifty little trick, yeah, because now it's going to force the Dragoons in the melee and giving the Boneros more time to... Yeah, what I was going to say was, what basically happens on this map is Varingo will lose his base, and then after that he'll come over here, build some walls up, hide over here, and then run all the way over here to either over this side, or magically end up over here somewhere. That's what happens with Varingo. He just keeps running around the map, hoping that you have to, you know... Well, basically Varingo, I think what Varingo does is he assumes every gringo or whatever goes to Taco Bell, and as soon as they go to Taco Bell, they obviously need to go number 1 and number 2 after so many minutes. And if I can hold them out long enough, then maybe the Taco Bell will take them over before my opponent takes me over, and I can claim a win by default, because they'll basically be dealing with the Taco Bell volcano. And while they're dealing with that volcano, I'll come like a rushing volcano through the base and make up the score and everything. Yeah. Varingo theories for you, I guess. Yeah. unless you think I'm wrong on that, maybe there's another Fringo logic that we're not considering. Another premise. Who knows? Got the mercenary cuirasses, the Luxembourg Gendarme.
Auftrag?
So he's got the Japanese immigrant ones as well, yeah. Why do these guys have like the running motion? Now they don't. I was like, why they look like they're running like the Basiglios are? It's kind of strange for a forward movement speed. Trying to put up a barracks on Fringo's side of the fence, or the Missouri River, I should say. Sadly, it was discovered. Cavalry medics will do very unmedic things to him. Yeah, they call them cavalry medics. You know, they're supposed to be like doctors, right? Make you feel better, take away the injuries. But if you're the enemy, they're not really medics anymore. They're literally using literal katanas to inflict heavy damage. Heavy damage, yeah. Enough that Flex Seal won't even be able to fix it. You might be able to use that to fix the side of a boat, but definitely not what these cavalry will do with their melee attack after a few seconds. Yep, so you got some dragoons here. You got the mercenary volunteer gendarmes from Luxembourg. Ford's gonna... Wow, it's gonna put the fort right on the river? Really? You're gonna put the fort right on the river? That's weird. Look at this. He's putting the fort right on the river here. Wow. Very strange. Right dab snap in the middle. Now, my question is how do you construct a fort underwater? Because a lot of this fort... How do you keep the wood from, like, getting wet and... It does not look safe. It does not look safe at all, actually. How do you... I mean, now it looks like you can keep it on the wire, but when it was, like, wood, how do you keep the wood from, like, getting too wet and, like, falling apart and stuff? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. Yep, that's definitely... Dragoons, you're going to try to respond to these. Sadly, though, since they're scout units, you really have to go into melee with them to make any meaningful progress. I'm like, I keep looking at this timer and I'm like, wait a second, how are we only at over here? What is going on, son? How did we get into this mess? I don't know. Fog of War does some crazy stuff sometimes. And big non-standard maps. Yeah, big non-standard maps. Thank you, Veringo. That's what it is. Veringo has sort of the same taste in maps as Hishe does. He likes to pick these big wide maps where he can run around the whole thing. For like an hour or 2 hours, basically. He's high up here now. He's going to probably try to get as many vills as he can to keep Nick down. He's going to come up along the ridge, come down here. There's no outposts here, so yeah, they are not looking too good right now. Especially as he's going out in this direction. See, this is going to hit hard here. Because Nick, yeah, he definitely doesn't see that. This is not seen right now. Nick's going to train Marines? Marine infantry? Why the Marine infantry? Kind of curious about that. Like, what do you want the naval skirms for? We have no, like, you have like no evidence of Ringo wanting Legion piranhas at this moment, war artillery. So I mean, what's the naval skirmisher argument? Because you really don't want to use naval infantry against anything other than the two things I just mentioned. There's only a handful of like naval skirms you can use against other stuff, namely the Guardia Marina, I believe, and then the Trupa Diamantine. Those two you can probably get away with, but not a lot of other ones. Keep watching these cav right here because I want to see. And I'd see now they're galloping. Like he's got like he is a run all the way down here to like protect him and stuff. This is gonna end very badly, right? Got like 5 cavalry megs and a lancero there. Now he pushes. Well, it's 6 less hand calves. It's gonna be able to protect Ringo's base. Yep, taking out more villagers. Does he even have enough space to fit them all in? Also, why is he not putting them in the tower? Does he have other stuff in the tower? But look at all the losses he's taken in villagers. This might contribute to the length of the match as well. I mean, look at all the villagers he's losing. This is a huge loss. I mean, it's because he's microing. I know why. He's microing on the front lines, and he's not focusing on what's going on at home. But honestly, with what he's pushing with, I would have just, focused on my internal issues and would have said, you know what, I'm not going in until I have some sort of siege. Like mortars, like militaries, steel guns. You need some sort of artillery to deal with the fort in a meaningful way. Or pikemen. You could go pikemen. Unless... Does he have... Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't have the, what is it, the Signia Pompiers or something that gives the volunteers, like, tripled siege or something. Nah, you don't have that, so you would literally want to go with, mortars or steel guns or something to just do that, or just use the Niam Niam pikemen from the native embassy. Got dragoons here. Treaty of London provides your capital with gives you some Louisiana Tigers, and then in age 4 gives you pikemen. The Canaras de Namur Guard Partisans. I don't know about this one. I mean, do you really think you're going to get a lot of value out of Royal Decree in this matchup? Just saying. You don't think maybe, just maybe, you should have went with something like Brabacon to get some HP and armor onto your cab or something? Nah, wait a minute. Nah, I think it just adds armor to your cab now. Back in the day, it used to give you armor and hit points to your cab. Yeah. So, I don't know. I think it would have been better with Brabacon or something, or maybe another range upgrade to your range cavalry, that affects both the dragoons and the bicycles. Yeah, see, now he has enough dragoons to just deal with this scout thing in the back of his base. Alright, so now we got 2 town centers from Baringo. What's his Ville count at? It's at about 49 on the field and 44 once these queues are done. And they probably won't be done. They'll keep pumping and pumping until he hits about the 99 number. This is the Baringo signature right here. Put the walls up from the ridge to the Missouri River. On this side, and then one on this side. That way, all the pathing that Nick does is going to funnel into this direction. And he's not going to notice this area right here. Because the AI's pathing, when he groups his armies together, is going to funnel into the main area. He might have the wall in his line of sight, but he's not going to notice it on his own until a while later, which gives Ringo time to get into a boat or whatever sort of tactic he has and move around and do stuff. Yeah. Basically. Nick knows about the whole map, right? He knows most of it. He's traversed most of it already, right? Yeah, basically. So what is he gonna do now? He's gonna add the Louisiana Tigers in, right? The Empress's bodyguard. Where are those? Where are those things? I'm trying to figure out where he put those things. These are the Marine infantry. Oh, here they are. Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't seen the new portrait of these guys yet. Looks pretty good. Does look pretty good. I definitely like these portraits better than the ones of the Zwaves of the past. They definitely look more or less American, I think, at least. Yeah. Definitely fit that more southern vibe, I think, than the ones before, which could have passed as maybe something else. Yeah. Yeah, these are basically range range assault units. Most assault units, as you know, were melee based, but these ones were actually range. They are ranged and they have a multiplier against infantry, and then as always, the case of all assault units, they have some hand armor. Yeah, some melee armor, so they're going to be more impervious to things like coming down with like lances and swords and stuff. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out from Nick's perspective, what is he doing in terms of sieging here? He's got some range assault, he's got maneuver, he's got like 3 melee assaults, he's got some muskets. This is not how you go for a siege, right? But to be fair, how many vills is he on after that raid? He is on about 39, 40 vills. Varingo's ahead of that at this point, right? Yeah, Varingo's definitely ahead of that. He's at like 60 right now. So Varingo's actually looking better. He's looking better. I think for long term he's looking a bit nicer. Yeah, but you can't count Varingo out. Like, you take out one base, he's going to go into another base somewhere else and start doing all sorts of weird Varingo stuff to you. Trust me when I say that. Your factories, your immigrant colonies, your town centers are not safe with Varingo, even when his base is gone. Because I have seen plenty of times, you can go back to the streams to confirm it, or in the uploads I've done, where there'll be like 100 Pardos coming out of the suns, coming out of the fog of war somewhere and start shelling the entire base with their little torches and start hitting everything, yeah. It's quite intense, actually. Alright, so now Varingo gets white cannons, yeah. These are basically a totally different anti-artillery than what the Juanito Civs normally get. What the Juanito Civs normally have is the Volantes, which have less range, but they have better rate of fire, so they fire more frequently. The white cannons are more akin to actual culverins. You know, they got the same range as a culverin, a range of about 38. Oh wow, look at that. That basically tipped Varingo off to the invading army there. But sadly, guess what? If you're on top of this little ridge here, Dragoons can fire up to the ridge and they can hit them. And there's not much you can do. You have to try to roll downhill. And yeah, I don't think you have enough time to do that. Definitely not. Good job with Varingo there, making sure he single targets the assault units and whittles them down, yeah. Doesn't want to take those on head on. You know, I mean, he's got a range advantage. These things only have 12 range. The Brineros have about 16 range, so he can try to pick off as many as possible until, of course, they break through. Now they're going to come in from the backside. Yeah. Oh, San Patricio cans. Yeah, these are basically immigrant falconets, so they're good against infantry. Yeah, I think Varingo still holds on to the original base at this point, yeah. Not a lot of reinforcement coming in for Nick here. Oh, he's using the natives now. He's using the Hungamungas. Now, the Hungamungas actually can be okay anti-artillery because they deal hack damage. So they can actually deal full damage to a cannon. Whereas most, like, ranged infantry are not going to be able to do that.
Señor.
So Varingo's most likely going to repatch this wall up and try to refortify. How many villas is he on right now? So he did lose some, I think. And he rebuilds his haciendas up. He's going to start reclaiming his numbers now. Nick goes to age 4. Does he go to age 5 using La Libre Estetique? No idea. He could. Very well could. Like, he's getting mill economy, right? And he's getting sheep economy. Sheep economy. Yep. Renegados. You don't even have dance hall in your home city and you're getting Renegados. What is the meaning of this? This is heresy. Explain yourself, son. Why are you getting Renegados? I would have never expected that. Especially without dance hall. I mean, when you get dance hall, right, they're like Abbott gunners. But when you don't get dance hall, they're like really popping efficient Abbott gunners. Yeah, basically. What is the point of that? It took me a really long time to clock in that I wasn't taking down that fort with just numbers. I really didn't want to make mortars. Also, I thought he'd resign after the push with Louisiana Tigers, hence the name of the file. No, you gotta understand, this is Varingo. Varingo doesn't think like that. For Varingo, you have to wipe out, like, he has to have, like, no villagers left before he resigns. Like, you need to really do a thorough job with Varingo. I thought you wiped him out much earlier, and he was just running around the map. That's what I thought happened. Because that's what Varingo normally does, is you'll take out a base, he'll be on the other side of the map, and then you'll take out that one, and then it'll be on the other side of the map, and they'll be on the other side of the map, and on the other side of the map. That's the Varingo experience we're used to. So that's what I thought happened, and I thought you were just not being able to chase him in time because of the map size. But yeah, I mean, you gotta like really wipe out Varingo. You gotta get the fort down, you gotta get the town centers down, you gotta get most if not all of the villages, then he'll resign. Anything less than that, and that's not happening, really. Definitely not. Where's he? Oh, I thought this was Varingo's thing for some reason. He's using those. Okay. I understand. Alright. Now I get it. Also, the Renegals were, I need some cheap filler units after my army got wiped and I just aged up. Fair enough, I get it. So basically, you didn't want to get counterattacked. You know, no counteroffensive type stuff. That makes a lot of sense. Mortars.
What you need?
Kind of an interesting obstacle having an artillery foundry up here pumping out coals and everything. Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. He's hitting them from way back there. Wow. That makes it really hard to get a siege going.
Mitadita.
70 vills, is that right? Yeah. Now we're adding artisanals in to defend that whole side. Yeah. Can't even make this stuff up. He's only firing downhill with artisanal cannons. Raining cannonballs from above.
Escucho.
What's he doing to the treasure guardians? What treasure is this? Just cows, right? Yeah, nothing special. I wonder if that was XP or something. So Ringo's basically just trying to like completely guard this entire ridge, firing these cannons downhill on whatever comes. Yeah, basically. Yeah, the elephants will definitely tank it. Not the force publique is. Definitely not those. Using the Bernieros to focus fire down the elephants too. Yep. Oh, you sent the royal decree pikemen too. Alright. Now that'll get some siege work done. Those are safe, right? Yeah, so that's one thing to consider there. Pardos? Now the pikemen are getting some siege done. Yeah. Oh no, not the white cannons. There goes the mortars. Does the fort still stand? The fort lives. The fort lives. Can't make this stuff up. Flamingo, you made the fort still live. You have any Moors left? Are those gone? Yeah, you got no Moors left, man. Oh, those are the skirms, right? Yeah. How many vills? 64. If he repairs this fort again, this is unreal. This thing gets repaired again. He's probably going to. Yeah. And he's still building stuff too. It's just crazy. Still building out.
Artillería lista. Munición lista. Escucho. Señor. Artillería lista.
Oh, advanced immigrants, so important the Spanish colony now. Yeah. Where will that colony go? Probably somewhere in the back, right? Yeah. I'm wondering when Veringo's going to start repairing this thing. You know, you got so much map control, you might as well just go to Imperial and Great War Age and win that way. Be a lot faster. I mean it, like, go to Great War Age. If he's gonna stick in his area like that, get an army to defend the area and just go up to, like, Imperial, get your upgrades, and then go to Great War Age. Start dropping mustard gas at these spots. You know, and bombers and stuff. There's, like, nothing he can do against that. If the elephant movement looks weird down the cliff, likely it's pathfinding. Yeah, that's why I figured was happening. Exactly what I thought was going on there, basically. Ugh, sneezy. Starting to make some of the Spanish villagers now, and probably going to start getting some wool sheep here too to get some coin.
¿Cuál es su comando?
Here they are, the Spanish houses. Casas Españolas, yeah. So what's this gonna? So you got petards, natives, Mia Toulouse machine guns upgrade to Montigny, and then the elephants this time. Yeah. Now he's repairing it, just in time for the fight too. Yeah. Going up to industrial now. Here comes the culverins. Oh, can't even make this stuff up. I'm Sokovies. Got like no range units, so he's gonna just blast these. These are gone. Just wait and see what's gonna happen to those. Yeah, look right there, right up there. There goes that. Ford is being repaired. Oh, God, with the petards. Ugh. There you go. Yep, that's a lot of Pardos there. That's enough to sort of... yeah. Oh, the Fenian age up. Oh no. Poor elephants aren't gonna... yeah, I mean, these things literally shoot gorilla biscuits when it comes to elephants. Like, look at the multipliers. 48 times 6. It's like 300 damage per shot. These elephants can't survive one volley of these things. Yeah, look, the elephants don't even last. The elephants are like basically devalued at this point. And then Bringo's pretty close to getting guard on these Pardos now, so yeah, not looking good. Not looking good at all. What, were you trying to go up there and try to siege the foundry? Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine why you'd want to do that, considering all the... Oh, now you go for La Libre Esthétique. Yeah. Makes sense. Definitely good to get that Imperial upgrading going. Yeah.
Jay.
That's a lot of sheep. Bah, bah. Silly to think too that. Wait a second, let me see. You didn't even care to look down here too. Yeah, we've got a lot of vills down there if you just did a little scan down here as well. Yeah. Probably would have saved you a bit of trouble to get them down there, yeah. Oh, look at that stack of Pardos. They use the Fenians to snipe the elephants now. You really should be using the Hungamungas to deal with the Fenians. Because the Fenians are just going to keep sniping your elephants instead. Yep, see that? Oh, another elephant down. You could actually send the Zappazaps against the Fenians because they're mercenaries. Yeah, you might want to do that there. I would use like Zappazaps against these because they're actual mercs. You could target them pretty well using that. Can't believe this is still happening. How is this going on? Are you giving Veringo this much ground? Alright, now you're using the spies. Spies are being called. Using the James Bond stuff now. All bets are off. Just notice you got Comanche natives on this map. That could be pretty good. Yeah, a little bit of extra maneuver. Starting to get the spy technologies, magnifying glass. Oh, you're going for some reconnaissance. Ah, interesting. Veteran volunteers. Belgium is like one of the best civs to spam volunteers with because they get them for Royal Guard and they get this card here, Rixwak, that basically removes their wood costs and replaces it with a food cost. So basically you got like an infinitely spammable food only unit skirmisher you can do. Yeah. Exploding carts. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Look at that. What is Ringo gonna do with that? I think he's gonna try to... Thankfully you got your stuff there, because imagine him taking out that fort with all these exploded carts. Ugh, that'd be insane. So where is he gonna... I think he wants to take out the fort or whatever. Does Ringo know about what he's got? He knows about the fort. Could target the fort. Wait a second, if he can chase the elephants away, that means the exploding carts can come right in. Swoop in, yeah. Wouldn't that be something, huh? Yeah. Finally getting guard Pardo. I wonder if you pushes in there. Oh, look at that. Using the stealth. We rarely ever see spies being used, but when they are, it's always an interesting thing. Pikeman can't even damage it while it's in stealth mode. Again, the Junin RG upgrade on the Lanceros. Junin Hussar. Oh, I think you're gonna have a problem, Nikki. Cousin Nikki. You have an issue. Where's the other exploring card up here? I was trying to figure out where number 4 is. I see 4 of them here. Where's the 5th one? What's he got down there or something? I don't know. Ah, he's coming in this way. Interesting. Oh, wow. Use the exploring cards to take out the 4. I just noticed now. Sneaky, sneaky, Senor Verningo. Ah, that's interesting. Muy interesante. Yeah. Yeah, good work there. Yeah. This is one of the coolest Royal Guard upgrades of all. Basically, it's one of the only ones where the unit actually changes its weapon with the upgrade, other than like the Mari ones, because normally Lanceros, as you know, will use, a lance because they're a Lancer, they're a Lancero, but once they become a Junin Hussar, or Hunin Hussare, then they start to use swords, just like a Hussar does, which is pretty interesting, yeah. Oh no! Looks like Verningo's claiming his territory. Yeah. Senor Verningo territory. Guard Civique. How many vills is he even on? Why so small? Oh, for army size, I get. Whereas Nick is on most of them, yeah. So, picking up the late game Ecotex I see on the Belgian side. What's Veningo doing? Adding in artillery and adding in more cavalry. Surprised you don't have any advanced arsenal in here so you can get the steel point spear on them. Then they'd be doing them even more against skirmish 3x instead of 2. I know in any time I think I might use Lanceros, I include advanced arsenal for that. Some more Pardos, it looks like, yeah.
Dígame. Escucho.
Yeah, you could definitely get the Great Warriors pretty soon. Especially if it's a 1v1. Just wipe out his army and just pull it off. Yeah. I don't see any better way you're going to get this siege done but with, like, bomber planes and zeppelins. Oh, yeah, he's got the grief cans right there, right? Yeah. So what happens? You try like one more push, and if that doesn't work, go to Great Warriors. Oh, going to Imperial now. Irish Cultural Group. The Green Eggs and Ham Group. The Corned Beef and Cabbage Group, I should say. Can't wait till March so I can have some of that again. Yeah. It's a good meal. Oh, it's basic. It's basically boiled, so it's hard to mess up. Yeah, basically, the corned beef with like turnip, potato, carrots, and the lichen. Yeah. It's pretty basic, just salt brine and that, and there you go. Simple, nice, salty, savory dish, yeah. Oh wow, look at that. Taking out the elephants. Oh, look at all the Zamatritos there, yeah. Now using the infinite shipments to mass and even more. Wow, look at that. Oh, Great War Age. Yeah, that's what I said. Do Great War Age. Don't mess around, man. Just get her done. Don't even need this. Just, just get soldiers. Get soldiers and tanks. Soldiers and tanks. Yeah. There you go. Attaboy. That's how you do it. Great War Age. So where is the supply depot gonna go? Where is it? Where is the supply depot? Oh, right here, right next to the tavern. That's good. You got factories, right? Yeah, these should be on wood. They shouldn't be on coin right now. You're gonna need lots of wood to get those trucks going. Yeah, definitely get those trucks. You're gonna want to get You're gonna want to get 4 oil fields, and a couple of not oil fields, oil rigs. Yeah, 4 oil rigs. Ideally, ideally 4. But if you can get 5, 5 is great. Get 2 or 3 airfields and start doing bomber planes over his base. And then get a Zeppelin and just start spraying all of the military right here. Like, start spraying all this and then start pushing in. Have some tanks with you. Have some flamethrowers. Flamethrowers and tanks will work quite well. Yeah, so let's see what military is actually done here. So we got the supply depot. We do not have any other. So we have a field barracks. So going for the flamethrowers. The most budgety option, I think. Soldiers and flamethrowers and field mechs. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're not going to have any ability to put forward buildings down on the front lines, you may as well get a few field medics to put up the field hospitals and start healing everything quickly with their surgical precision. Yeah. And then in terms of like units, you can do soldiers or you can do flamethrowers. Flamethrowers will be good against the Pardos and if the Berneros that they can get up close. And then soldiers in general will be a nice backbone unit to push ahead with, really. But for the soldiers, it's best to use them once you get the vitamins technology. Then their hit points really ramp up. Yeah. Actually, you're Belgium. You get a really good technology with Great War Age for Belgium called No Man's Land. where you can put down one of the bunkers, right? And the bunkers can construct other bunkers adjacent to themselves. So basically like create a whole line of bunkers. So if you like put it right around here, you might be able to keep Veringo out of the areas. So you want to for a while. Like stick it right near this silver mine. You'll be able to keep Veringo out basically. Yeah, I probably want a little bit more reinforcements there to help. 2 more trucks coming in. No oil rigs yet. You're gonna want that for like tanks and airplanes. Supply depot is over here. Sheep, got some sheepy.
Commando?
Alright, so where are these going? You're gonna want to put. Alright, so airfield here. Yep, good. But you're going to need oil for that. You're going to need to put some gas in those planes. So put the oil rig down here, right? You can put another one here. Maybe get down 3 with what you got set up right now. You might just need a good run with the mustard gas and the bombing planes to, soften up the base for a siege. But who knows? Yep, there's an airfield. I don't think Veringo's going to try to go a Great Voyage, is he? He might have the resources soon for it, but I don't know if he'll go for it or risk it or not. Yeah. Got some Zaps. Alright, so what else? Well, I know troopers out here yet. Could get some flamethrowers. Oh, you're getting pasteurization. Pasteurization of your milk. Good. Pasteurization is basically a clone of the card refrigeration. So it will improve all food gather rates by about 20%. Be it hunting, berry bush gathering, as well as farming, and any other food sources you might find on the map. This will boost it by about 20%. Yeah, it's very good technology. You also get a copy of exotic hardwoods called Chainsaw to help you get your wood chopping rate up by about 20%. I think it's either 20% or 15%. Either way, it's a good boost. I mean, if you don't have any exotic hardwoods, carpentry, or sawmill type cards in your deck, it's best to get the chainsaw so you can cut through the rest of the trees on the map and get as much trucks out as possible onto this sort of narrow riverway, and ideally onto the other riverside here. Just be aware of these pedreros hanging out there, that they don't shell your foundations before they even get up. All these trucks in reserve. Alright, so you got like one oil rig here. You probably could put one like right over in this. Definitely one over here. Probably should, because you're going to need a lot more oil to keep up with the planes. In case they do get targeted by something, you know. It's nothing. How much has Veringo got? Veringo's going to World War I as well. So maybe Veringo, if you're not quick enough, will actually be able to get the anti-aircraft guns in the base. So when the bomber planes do show up, he will actually be able to, knock the planes out of the sky. Yeah, so this is coming a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, honestly. It really comes down to who gets the most stuff out first, I think. Yeah, I mean, Veringo does have... How much wood has he got in the base? He's got these trees. He's got this tree here. He's got some over here in this little spot. He's got a couple here. It's here. It's got trees on this side. This ridge over here has got a lot of trees. You can chop through those, get a lot of buildings down. That could be something pretty big, yeah. Here comes the bomber planes. Picking up anti-tank rifles, gives the soldiers multipliers against artillery. Yeah, there we go. Here's the bomber planes.
Commando.
Here comes the bomber planes. Right on top of his first supply depot, I can imagine. Woo! Boom! There. Another one. Woo! Boom. Oh, he's getting anti-aircraft guns here, so you better watch out. He's gonna blast that thing out of the sky. He's getting more trucks as well. I mean, what does Ringo have to, like, defend? He's probably gonna just send a bunch of Junin Husares in. He's got Pardos, too. Here's the anti-aircraft gun right here. He's gonna be able to start targeting that plane with. Is he gonna start bombing on top of the whatchamacallit? Nah. Oh, you can put another one right here. Yeah, he's gonna put one right there too. As you can see, this bomber plane will be going down now. Right in this spot. Oh, yep, see that? See the shots going up into the sky? Alright, starting to eat into the plane's wings. Plane is gonna be going down very soon. Yeah, I probably want to get out there. So now he's got another anti-aircraft gun here. Yeah. Ah, there you go. Got it. Yep. Verningo is still stunning. Yep. Looks like Ringo defends once again. He's got his anti-aircraft guns now, so it's not like bomber planes are going to roll in and take out any haciendas here. Now, what Ringo might want to do is get some more on this side. Get like about one here, one here. At least have two anti-aircraft guns that cover each other on both sides of the river. Or at least on both sides of his side of the river. Yeah. To keep his economy safe. I mean, there's a huge score difference. I mean, technically, Nick should already be, like, winning this. He really needs to start pushing in pretty deep here. Yeah, I think he's gonna try to with all these soldiers and see if he can make a real push for his base there, yeah. Too bad he doesn't have infantry combat. That would really help these soldiers' stats as well as advance arsenal and their related upgrades on it. If you can get them close to like 40 range, then 40 range damage, then they're pretty good then, yeah. 16 range. Yeah, I mean, what is he going to do? Attack him from the backside with a bunch of soldiers? Maybe. Yep, just get down that gate. And there you go. Oh, escoltas? Yeah, escoltas. Bonitas escoltas. Yep. Probably gonna want to get him up a guard at least, I would say, yeah. You really don't want to be... Yeah, you definitely don't... You want to get these at least a guard. Ideally Imperial. Before you engage with soldiers head on. I mean, you're in Great War Age, Franco. Why you getting a sculpt? Well, why you feel like you have to send that type of stuff in to deal with it? A little strange, don't you think? Alright, I think he's doing it now. I think he's pushing it. Yeah, definitely guard Brunio, so not going to be enough for dealing with soldiers. Soldiers have a much better rate of fire. I think he's done it. I think he's pulled it off. Yep. Yep, the Nam Nams again, the siege done in the back. The skirmish would... Yep, good match. Wasn't quite an hour and 30 minutes like you said it was, but pretty close. An hour, 24 minutes, and 54 seconds. Probably one of the biggest recordings I've ever seen. I can't recall if we've ever had a 2-hour recording before. If that is true, then I'd have to look back through my stuff and see if we've ever done one like that before. Anyways, these are the resources. These are the shipments. And what about the military population? Now, this was a really gnarly one. Look at all the ups and downs on both sides of this. Now, this is a really good battle. Yeah, really good battle. Quite impressive one, actually. So I think that's the last recording we got for the night, right? Unless, does anybody send me any other ones they want me to do? Nope, nothing for today, so I think that's good. We'll convene again next week with the cast of games and see if we got any other good matches like this. Yeah, it was pretty fun, Hopefully we get more stuff like this, Really nice battles, back and forth and sort of stuff. I feel like we got the best matches of the stream towards the end instead of the front. So hopefully people who are viewing the stream will know to, watch the whole thing through and through and see them gradually get better. Yeah. All right. Yep. Good night, Nick. Good match you did there. Yep. GG Gilder as well. Well played, everyone. See you on the next stream that we'll be doing this week. But for casting game stuff, that'll be next week, yeah. So GG, well played on all that. Sign off now.